'81 Van Halen.
What? Oh, it sucks.
Whole bunch of BS for a very long
Holy
time.
fuck, it's moist outside. Holy fucking shit, it's moist outside.
Agent Jones leaps from the sky, martini in hand. Danger close.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now,
Oh,
InfoWars
ready
tells you
to-
the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and
That's
support the
absolutely
InfoWars.
fucking ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredible transmission lined up for you today.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
Holy sh...
It is Monday, September 8th, 2025. We are entering the 231st day of the new Trump administration. All right, the corporate media is in absolute, total, and complete overdrive with disinformation. Trump clearly has a breath mint he pops into his mouth and starts crunching on if you watch the footage. And they call it some unknown pill, like he's on Valium or something. Trump is absolutely against prescription drugs, everything, you name it. Illegal ones particularly. Then they say he ordered broadcasters not to cover booing. And then you get the emails at Standard US Open, also the NFL, not to focus on disruptors or more come to do it. But the way the headlines are, officials ordered any booing to be covered up. And they said that a day before, a couple days before, they had this big match. And then a bunch of Democrats went, and I've got a bunch of videos. And you can hear the crowd. It's about 90% cheers. You hear a little, ooh, you know the sound. You hear a little bit of booing. But there are Democrat operatives, ex-operatives and others, they're well known. They're there going, boo, boo, right into the phone, boo. So so you hear like three of them yelling, boo, boo, boo. And when they stop, you hear, So we'll get to that. There's so much important news. These stories themselves aren't that important. But it shows just the ongoing.
What is it called when you have like ripples going up and down your screen?
Or
It's subtle,
they'll
but
use
it's
something like, oh, on True Social.
Like it's almost like waves going from top or bottom, like up or down.
Attention, we're targeting Charlie.
One of his people posted Apocalypse Now meme saying, I love the smell of napalm in the morning, and I love the smell of arresting illegal aliens in
Charlie
Chicago in the
neutralized.
morning. Now you're now agreeing for David the Department of War.
We have secured more objectives.
That's Trump threatening war. No, he doesn't post most of the stuff on True Social. When he writes something and finds it PJT,
Helicopter in the mission area.
that's him. When it's other stuff, memes and things, it's not. So people read into fan-made stuff they repost. They post a lot of our stuff, and people need to stop doing it. You know, like the Q people. Look, they posted a meme with a Q in his hand. Yeah, that's the those fans. That's not Trump secretly being Q+. Same thing here. Trump reporter saying, how dare you say I want to send the military away from Chicago. You're a terrible person. You're second rate. So, that's how they're that is just a few examples of the deceptions I've got today. That's nothing compared to all the news. Trump is set to meet with Putin again this week, says to Ukrainian 23-year-old woman refugee Irina Zabolska was brutally executed. And now you have the aftermath. Still in August, they suppressed for a few weeks the video of her being executed. Still edited it. And Wikipedia is taking down the post about what she said. Important enough. And I posted that on X yesterday. If you're looking at Wikipedia, and you can go there and show what's going on. So, man, this blackout Trump responded, and it's just standard procedure saying people are sick of it. So, we're going to come right back. We got so much more today. Stay with us. Show it off right now. There's so much news coming into the start of the podcast that your regular listener you can't see. I'm on screen the image. Let's put it back on. Time lapse driving down the highway, and it kind of feels like 2001: Space Odyssey.
We're attacking objective Bravo.
That's how it shows. All this news. It is crazy. Absolute overload. Such a critical events that are happening. It's all coming together. Let me tell you what we got here. To meet again with Putin this week and try to get the deal done. Zelensky has come out and attacked as he's getting the signal the U.S. is about to totally abandon NATO's war. Just wild. Trump planning to send more troops to crime-ravaged cities after Ukrainian woman was publicly butchered. Dems pledged to fight back and are mass censoring. It's absolutely incredible. None of the national corporate media still
Maintain our advantage.
will cover her. This has been out for 4 or 5 days now. She was
Attention.
killed last
Hostiles
month.
are attacking objective Echo.
It's just such a double standard that a white person is brutally executed by a black or brown person, and then the black person senselessly kills black people, and it happens in Israel. It's wall-to-wall coverage. All whites, by extension, are guilty. All blacks are not guilty. It is the corporate media and the Soros team who cover up the crime and release the criminal. The guy who killed her had been in jail at least 14 times for violence and armed robbery. And so, I don't care if it's a white psycho or a black psycho, keep them locked up. But the Soros DAs admit, if you're black or brown, you got a jail, get out of jail free card, basically. And then everybody gets ravaged by this. So, the crime statistics are clear. At least 15 to 1, in some areas 40 to 5 to 1, black on white crime. And everybody knows this, whether you're black or white, it doesn't matter. Everybody knows that it is a minority of young black males that commit upwards of half the There are plenty of other Hispanic and white males and some Asians, though that's rare, really rare. Asians, Oriental Asians, is mainly white collar stuff. So, it's just out of control. Our own Jamie White said that's about an 85% chance he got killed by racist Hispanic gang or black Hispanic gang. It turned out it was both. Anti-white black guy and anti-white Hispanics. They all bragged about it and talked about it, so they got murder one charge. I mean, he's like, Jones is claiming Jose Garza, the Soros DA. Jones is senselessly, pull the headlines up, Jones blames the Soros DA without any evidence. And it turns out these guys are in jail.
Why did I spawn there, bro?
And had been
Like, it
released
spawned
not
me
just by
in
this
their fucking,
county, but by
in
others.
their base.
Wasn't hard to make the prediction
sense.
because I know the statistics. Are there white people out carjacking? Yeah, I mean, you hear about it here and there. Are there Antifa people who are almost all white shooting, killing, and murder? Yes. Demographic of Antifa is one of the most dangerous groups. They're mainly white. There's another group even more deadly on average than a young black male, and that is the trans community. No one, statistically, has a higher violence rate against their own partners, you name it, suicide rate, mass murder rate, than the trans, male or female. Not attacking all trans people. I don't hate some people because they think they're another sex and are nice and are friendly and aren't trying to be kids, or Blair White's a very nice person. They're like, you're a hypocrite. Look, you have me on air. I told you, I don't hate all the trans people. I hate the government, the media, the culture, pushing them and making them above the law, and men and women's sports. Individual people that live their own lives and want to live that way. Just don't try to make kids do it. I've always been like that. But the backlash is creating real hate. And, you know, the Trump admin now has, through the DOJ, has officially floated banning trans from owning guns. Folks, that's the globalist wet dream. Once you start taking guns from one small minority group, everybody else will lose their rights. You can't take rights from groups of people. The vast majority of young black males are not criminals. It just so happens that there's a small minority of them that is hyperactive in crime. And so you got to deal with it. So, absolutely insane. We're going to get into that in great detail. There's a big battle over where the economy's really going. And I've said this from the start. It's neck and neck. Trump's outperforming despite the Federal Reserve not lowering interest rates. And the economy is barely starting to get traction and dig out. In fact, I thought I sent it to you guys, but I didn't check my stats. The big Financial Times of London article with the headline, "Only a few states are keeping the United States out of a full recession." And it shows Florida, Texas, and just a few others because of our policies. And it's a big article showing the demographic and the financial numbers and how it is only a few states that are keeping the country afloat. And Trump is going into those states and other states doing everything he can to boost everything. And he's making all the right moves, but if he had the interest rate right 7 months ago, he would be in a really good position for sure. Instead, yeah, there's the article. A third of U.S. states could already be in recession. Moody's Analytics economic indicator for each state weighed by share of U.S. GDP, the geographical distribution, industries. And that's just one of the slides. There's another one, but we'll go over it later. Thank you. And you can look at the states that do well. It's the direct pro-America capitalist systems. But the average young person, I'm not saying they're all super disconnected from reality, but numbers don't lie. Really believe capitalism is bad, but communism is the answer.
It's weird that it's press square to exit.
Image of capitalism slips to 54%.
Yeah.
In big poll, Gallup. Lowest ever. It's only 54% of Americans think capitalism is a good thing. And as you get younger,
I don't know,
the
dude.
vast majority, 80%, want to be socialist or communist. And look at how all these Democrat socialists, that's just the code word for
Companies need to be.
I'm telling you, they're communists, but policy communists. They're winning all these mayoral races. And look, that one New York is, that one in Minnesota.
So what am I
Win the Democrat nomination there. So that's a big
I think so, yeah.
recession. The Senate doubles down on tariffs, predicts economic surge, claims Goldman and Moody's are wrong. Well, they're not just wrong, they're trying to crash the economy to stop Trump and then consolidate power. They've moved most of their money into the EU because China's totally falling apart, and they're waiting to swoop back in and buy everything up during a depression. They want to hang around the neck of Trump.
Still.
Think Herbert Hoover 2.0. That's their admitted plan. Whoa.
I need
It's
the
the Great
medic!
Reset, folks.
Medic over here.
Yeah, the Senate reported about a whole bunch of reporters at a big cocktail party. Both Pulte, head of housing, that was awesome, by the way. I'm gonna punch you in your effing face. We'll get into that later. Yeah, reportedly him and Elon got into it. That's rumored. I was told this out of the people in the White House. I'll go ahead and say this at a time. That Shiner, that Elon, I was told, look at the Senate. And he has that nice friendly attitude. Reportedly inside the White House. He is. So I don't know that for a fact. That's just who I heard. That might be a rumor. But now in front of a whole bunch of reporters, all confirmed, including conservative ones, he literally walked up and said, I'm going to beat the living hell out of you, you effing. You don't tell the president anything negative about me. Or I'm going to punch you in the nose. You understand that? So, that's the kind of stuff goes on in the White House. So we'll be getting into all that. Wow, there's just so much more. Russia strikes Ukraine cabinet offices. First time unprecedented deadly assault. Over 800 drones. Taking a whole bunch of territory, taking big cities. Getting ready to circle Kharkiv and Kiev is the word we got. Victor Boot exclusively.
What?
So,
Dude, how is he not
that's some of
fucking
the
dead?
news that we've got. So Trump loses bid to overturn $83.8 million judgment in E. Jean Carroll defamation case. Never found guilty, never charged, never investigated. Parameter, you know, just close a department store.
It's
Wearing a dress that was produced for 2 years. That's confirmed. She had no witnesses, didn't say it for decades. But he said he was innocent, and 2 juries said, you can't say you're innocent. But one judge was 8 million. What was it? The first was 8. He said again, I'm innocent. They said 83 point. That's being upheld. It'll get shoot down.
should they put mines everywhere?
This is the top of crap. Also, preschoolers prescribed 8 DHD meds, Adderall, Ritalin, against medical guidelines. Yeah. You know how much studs a child's growth to put them on these
Yeah, just keep
drugs?
spamming the grenade launcher.
3 and 4-year-olds. These people should be arrested. That's coming up. And so much more. I talked about this Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to do it today also. What's going on with your team? All this Antichrist talk, I can tell you.
We'll have to see.
You got some clips of him talking about his Antichrist research and Tim Dillon responding.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the bottom of the next hour. We'll get through the clips. I forgot about it.
Oh shit.
And then just so much more. U.S. in very deep negotiations with Hamas and Gaza conflict, Trump said. Again, I'll tell you what's behind all this. And Trump's trying, but Trump is not sophisticated enough on geopolitics and regional issues. I know. He's very smart in business and general issues and communication, but Hamas is going to make a deal when Israel's taken over all of Gaza.
This map is impossible to do anything
Because
other than sniper
tens of
fighting.
millions of dollars have been paid to the leadership of Hamas to stage the attack on Israel. Israel stood down. The Hamas fighters don't understand this. They're not sophisticated enough. And that is when make a deal is when it's all destroyed. And then when they have all their high-rises and apartment stores and luxury shops and golf courses built there in 5 years, the leaders of Hamas will just change their names and own entire areas and buildings there.
They'll get in the helicopters and
This is well known. Israel didn't just found
back at
Hamas.
base.
Israel didn't just
Quality.
get billions a year of Hamas, Netanyahu particularly. They are triple agents.
Oh shit, somebody's already in the fucking.
And again,
Oh no,
if you watch
alright.
children's movie, you understand
Oh, you can still get in.
How does Senator Palpatine become Emperor Palpatine?
Is that pretty much like a stealth chopper kind of thing?
Hires a criminal group to attack his own planet.
Oh, dude, I don't know how to fly this thing.
From just being a senator. Then he attacks their own home planet with a group he's hired and funded. so he can become the emperor. Go watch episode 3 of Star Wars and just say Netanyahu is politics. And then you'll have the whole story. And then, of course, once you get full control, they then run down any political opposition inside the country. Just repeat it.
That helicopter.
And Lucas, a year after that movie came out 20 years ago,
Oh.
he wrote interviewed me, fucking saying, well, I'd written
No, I got this.
back in the 70s, but I
That line.
revised it to basically be what 9/11 was. And he was explaining how that was staged
Wow.
to be able to go into the Middle East and do all the regime change, the rest of it. So it's not just my opinion, that's what it's about. It's about government staging terror attacks on themselves as a pretext to invade take over areas. And people go, well, wait a
Yeah, on
minute.
this map it's F-22.
Wait a minute. Radical Islam, Orthodox Islam is a threat. It is real. They're invading us. Yeah, we got to fight them over there so they don't come over here.
Oh, well, not all the time.
And then the governments all and the UN open up the borders and bring in regular level pissed off Muslims to our countries. It's all part of a larger globalist plan. They're all working together. Now, the average Muslim on the ground doesn't know it. The average Hamas fighter doesn't know it. But it is 100% staged.
I feel like the number one thing that makes me
Is it 100% under Israel and the West control? But the mullahs were put in power
Is
by
what?
the
is sugar,
CIA
nothing else.
Oh,
and
sugar?
Mossad in
There's a guy,
79. They then
just
made a
snapped out
deal
the
to
tower
raid and grab the American hostages and embarrass Jimmy Carter.
Our
The
troops
day
I love how right after I die, he dies.
Reagan wins the election,
Fucking on, dude.
president-elect, they start hostages. Then they do Iran-Contra, with Israel as the middleman with Iran and money and weapons. And then now Israel's coming in to knock out Iran. Iran doesn't work for Israel, but they have worked with them. Hamas, though, was created by Mossad and Shin Bet for their fake Arab Corps. Almost all the major terror leaders in the Middle East are Israeli operatives. The Al-Qaeda leaders, all of them. The current leader of Syria, Israeli agent. Al-Qaeda. So just grow up, people. So I guess I said I was getting to that later. I went ahead and covered it. But Trump's like really trying to end it. He's like, oh, they're very close. Hamas won't give up. Hamas is only there to get everybody wiped out and killed.
I still.
Remember what happened a few weeks ago?
No, right.
Shows all the
Literally
starving
right after I
Gazans. That's a
said
big
that.
news article. Suddenly Hamas marches out.
I got killed by somebody.
Starving
Maybe our teammates are somewhere.
hostage and showed him to slave labor down in the tunnel. Why right when you got all the great
I could
PR,
kill him.
everybody's turning against the war.
Pointed.
When Hamas did
The F.
and they really go, look, every move Hamas makes.
You killed him right off.
on Israel stands down. All of it. Now, of course, the inbred low
Oh no,
IQ
I hear somebody.
Hamas fighters.
God, right there. He's still right there.
But their bosses live at the top. Millionaires. It's all sick, weird, screwed up Middle Eastern thinking. Opposite of chivalry. Just the enemy and my enemy is my friend. Just sick. Afghanistan, right after 9/11, they went and just blew up villagers and just low-level Taliban. And then all the real Al-Qaeda, 30,000 of them, were flown out by the U.S. military on C-130s to Pakistan. Look up the Airlift of Evil, London Guardian, Times of London, you
Fucking
name it.
idiot just runs past me.
And then Hamas goes, look at all the food we have. Yes, we're fat. We keep it from the people up top. And then right next to it, look what we do. Now again, who put out the footage of the Jewish hostages? Hamas. Right when everybody was feeling sorry for people on the surface. And it is true that Hamas keeps most of the food for themselves. Because Hamas works for Netanyahu. Hamas takes direct daily orders. He gives the orders to the head of Hamas, and then they give the orders to General Grievous. Go watch episode 3 from Star Wars. You'll understand everything. Go, because then you can take everything I just said, every article, everything I told you, you'll understand how this works. But people just can't get that through their heads. And that's why we're in so much trouble. All right. I'm done talking about that.
I feel like they made
was coming up.
sniping
That
harder,
took 25
even though
minutes. 26
more
minutes.
bullet drop
Now
in
I'm
the
coming
beta,
roaring
I
back
feel like it
in.
was
What's really going on with the blue pill in Trump's
being
mouth?
so
We'll get to
different.
that.
And I feel like you can't even see the bullet anymore. Can you?
Troops are going into Chicago. The left says they're going to fight back. What do you expect? Tom Homan's got tough words for them. But the first thing I'm going to hit is the Ukrainian beautiful young woman murdered. The left's trying to
You always
censor it.
use
Total corporate
default
blackout.
like 100 meters zeroing or whatever.
According to them. Irina Zarutska. And now the mayor is saying don't cover it in Charlottesville, North Carolina. Trump has responded.
For me, when I would...
And then that ties into the Chicago and the incredible crime wave there, and the crime wave all over the country. But 4 years ago, Biden, 4 years ago, ordered them to stop releasing violent
The only
crime
time
statistics.
I changed that is when the map is so... The map is so big that you basically have to use it, or like, because you, like, let's say you know that you're at least 300 to 500 meters away, and you just put it to 300 to 500 meters, then you don't have to, like, aim, like, you can actually look at what you're shooting. But if you don't change it, you won't know, like, where your reticle is proper. I think there was only one map I ever did that with, and that was a map where you could get a 1400 meter shot, so. And now with less bullet drop, it seems it's even less necessary. I'd say.
Yo, if you want to snipe, there's a pretty nice spot up here. Yeah.
Is there a zip line up?
Yeah, if there's a zip line like in the building, inside the building.
I tell you, living here in Austin, compared to what it was just 5 or 6 years ago, it is dangerous as
This
hell.
map's... I don't need to snipe
And I
on
grew
this
up in
map.
Dallas
if
when it was
there's,
off and on the murder capital of
shit
the
going on
country.
inside the
And I
buildings.
would say Austin is as dangerous as Dallas was when I was growing up. And it was the worst city off and on. We'd be Chicago one year and Detroit the next. But Dallas would go like 3 years. Number one. You don't want to be number one in that. So I know crime. I know homelessness. I know armed robbery. I know carjacking. I know people running through the middle of the street with baseball bats in the middle of the night, beating each other over the head. I see it. So I know my reporter got murdered, Rachel, in March. All right, we're going to break. We're coming back with all of that and more. We've got homeless executed people in the streets with guns. We've got cars crashing into jewelry shops, robbing everyone. We've got people being shot in Chicago. Rolex shops being mass mob robbed. People being shot. It's so much footage just from the last day or two. But they're telling you they're pledging to fight Trump. That's coming up. Now listen. We're running a special, but it's going to end soon. Where you can buy one bottle of ultramethylene blue, either the pills or the very best game changers, so good for your whole body. If you're insane, you don't take it. Incredible clean energy, no letdown, so good for your cells. 50% off if you become a subscriber. Every order each month, you can cancel anytime. Click the subscribe deal. $3 million a month, send it to you. Also, discount 100%, you lock that in. But you can get it for 50% off. Be sure and become a subscriber. Also become a VIP for $30 a month. It's like the Amazon Prime. $40 in the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales on everything when you're a VIP at thealexshowstore.com.
We'll join our regularly scheduled program after these messages.
I didn't know he was taking our ultramethylene blue, so I said, with all our guests, we asked him to take it, and he just gave me a brief testimony. So I mean, this isn't BS. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. takes it. It's good for your cells. You know, this is SSRIs. You can't take it. They're very serious. We have the strongest anti-fungus operation. You can get it at thealexshowstore.com. Medical grade, USB grade, the best. You love it. I said, hold on, I don't want to know. I want you to tell people on air. William, so when did you get it? What was the effect?
Well, I've been,
well, you look super young for your age. So.
And so I thank God that I've been healthy. And when I take most supplements, a lot of people say, oh, you'll feel, you know, this big surge. And normally I don't.
Okay, why does it spawn me inside the view of a fucking tank that is already
notice
shooting?
that it does seem to give me more mental energy.
Need a medic!
Helps me I keep a lot of late hours. I'm talking to people over in Europe or over in other continents, and so my biorhythms get all messed up, and so it really helps me with my sleep. And
well, to be honest, though, so you're saying your doctors always told you to do it, just like mine did 6 years ago. I got it. USP didn't really have the effects on my wife liked it, so she's been on it. We tried different brands. This one, I'm not trying to differentiate, it's just true. It's been way stronger for me. If you do have other brands you took that are as good or better, I want to know if there's something better, we'll go with them.
I haven't found anything better.
Oh, there's an upstairs part. Okay.
Now, back to our program.
Watch out, there are people that snipe their boys.
So, the brutal murder of the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutska, has captured the attention of the people of the world. I mean, Elon Musk has been putting up posts with hundreds of millions of views alone of Wikipedia posting that, oh, we're taking down the post about her. She's not important enough to even let people know about on Wikipedia that basically the ADO runs. The editor has nominated this article for deletion. You're welcome to participate. The editor, and the word is they're taking it down. And every time this stuff happens, look at this, just broke. Wikipedia will delete her name before it ever gets posted. It's called ADO in action. Say her name to Julie Schwanel. She was killed yesterday while walking her dog in Auburn, Alabama by Rashid Dabney, arrested and charged. It just goes on and on. I mean, if a group of white guys just randomly murdered a black woman, the cities would be burning. Because the media would say, this is all white people, they want to kill you. We're not saying all black people want to kill us and are bad guys. Most are great people. But it's the left saying it's open season on white people, and then these mentally ill crazies, like the nut who'd been in jail at least 14 times for assaults and batteries and robberies. She gets on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina.
How is that hitting her, dude?
Sits down politely. He sits there and looks at her for a minute, pulls out a knife, starts stabbing her in the throat. And then they don't release that footage, but they sure show you all the footage crazy white person went to stab a black woman to death a few years ago, and he was crazy and racist. They showed it. And that's fine. We covered that. That's the difference, is that no corporate media, as of this morning, maybe they are now, as Trump's talking about it, have covered her. Because this is the standard thing in Europe when the Islamicists are the main group killing people. And in the UK, they put you in jail if you talk about the race or religion of the people. Hell, they arrest you and you're like publicly displaying the King George flag. I've got a bunch of footage of them arresting 90-year-old people in wheelchairs.
Yeah, deal with that.
So it's just incredible, and that's what they want to bring here. So here's the image.
Just like due
Kill
west.
the Democrats in 2026 and beyond, says Zero Hedge. And just like that, it's over for the Dems in 2028, says Zero Hedge.
Hanks aiming at us.
Tyler Durden, really smart guy. Maybe even the 2028 general election. Maybe this is even the final nail in the creaky, splintering, mentally ill Marxist coffin. Right now they're trying to ignore it, just like Hunter Biden's laptop, but that's creating the mass
Contact enemy infantry!
The MSM attempts to conceal the senseless stabbing murder of 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska at the hands of a psychotic black killer. Why not just show it, say it's wrong, make her a human? But even in Cincinnati, when black folks started beating up some white people, they charged one of the people, now one of the white guys. It's always political. After killing a young Ukrainian woman by black male in U.S. AFD MEP states, the blacks account for 56% of murders, and white lives matter. And again, this is not about attacking black people. It's about white people who the media has said in Europe and here in open season, literally run by the ADL and its affiliates, to create this division. If people continue to cover this up, if the left continues to green light this, it's meant to create total division between whites and blacks. We have to see through this and come together and understand it is the left, it is the universities, it is the social engineers, it is the media that has created this open season on white people and the burning down of churches by the thousands by Muslims and all of it. Woman stabbed to death in Charlotte train. Suspect arrested after random attack. This is what the media ran, never saying the race of the killer. Ukrainian woman who fled or stabbed to death in Charlotte light rail station. And so now they're pulling down a Wikipedia. That is only going to piss people off. We got shots of all the mug shots of this guy. Oh, but the Charlotte, she says it's bad to show the video.
Why does Amos... Okay, I need to turn Amos's stuff on snipers.
So we will continue
Shit is so
track this, and we also covered this back when it happened. Knifeman who killed 18-year-old in random Bay Area subway attack after pouncing on two sisters without provocation is arrested, and he was out on parole. Same thing. Crazy white dude with history of violence and mental illness has been found guilty of random stabbing death of 18-year-old Nina Wilson on a commuter train platform 2 years ago. A killing with racial undertones that prompted rallies and vigils throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh, but you're not supposed to have rallies and vigils for a white lady that gets killed. Absolutely they should have vigils. Absolutely it's wrong. Absolutely looks like it was racially motivated. He was nuts. And that's wrong. And we should say it. It's not open season on black people. But all over these Soros-controlled cities, if you're white and you defend yourself, you get thrown under the jail. Who's that from? We forget his name. The Army Sergeant, highly decorated. Afghanistan, off duty, but having to drive a lift to make ends meet for his family and clean. Black Lives Matter, blocking roads, Antifa blocking roads. We covered the rallies. It was like 2% blacks with them. We'd actually confront them.
I think somebody just came.
And then,
people are coming out of the rappel. Just killed one. I don't know if there are others.
Type this in, guys.
You know what? Just set a claymore by.
We're talking about New York.
I put one on this side already.
State of Texas pardons
I
Army
don't know. I put it
Sergeant
pretty close.
convicted of shooting Antifa man to death. Now there it is. Ex-Army Sergeant convicted of killing Black Lives Matter protester is pardoned. Yeah, Daniel Perry, thank you.
Truck set, stand by!
And
I wonder if the
again, the guy he killed was white. But the media said he was racist. He's driving, they block his car, they're beating on it, and the guy
This will
points
find
an
out.
AK-47 at him and says, get out. He shoots him. Totally legitimate shooting.
Fuck, need a revive.
And then you got Daniel Penny, who's a Marine,
I'm here!
highly decorated, honorably discharged, great record, on a train in New York, a crazy black guy who's been arrested hundreds of times, attacking black people, you name it, is in there threatening people, slamming things, pushing people, and then he puts him on a choke lock, accidentally kills him. And then all the black folks on the train were like, no, we were trying to help, thank God. And they threw him in prison. I mean, you think he wanted to choke him to death and have all those problems? And he was, you watch the video, experts watching, he's letting off, putting pressure on, letting off, every time the guy resisted. But people can get really upset and basically have heart attacks in these holes. See, I mean, he's fighting hard. He's a strong guy. Totally mentally ill. Should have been in a mental institution. And by the way, we've got to reopen mental institutions, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely got to do it.
I hate these people that fucking bob back and forth and stuff.
So, that's where we are. And Trump got asked about it yesterday. He said he didn't know about it, the killing of the Ukrainian woman. And so he did go do his research and he made these statements in an interview. Let's play the clips back to back.
I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias.
I'm getting shot from 2 people in front of me and 1 person from beside me. What the fuck is going on?
And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well-read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about anti-Semitic. You don't hear about anti-Christian. They have a strong anti-Christian bias, but we're ending that rapidly. I look at it as a whole. We're in a much different world today than we were 1 year ago. I've made clear Attorney General Gambani is working really hard to always get answers about the causes of these repeated attacks, and we're working very, very hard. The Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it. There was also a horrible killing recently in Charlotte. We talked about it, so many others, and we will. We're going to get to the end of it, and you know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. This cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon. In many cases, going out and killing again. Cashless bail. And I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the table.
Oh my God, these guys are
really
fucking
watchable
garbage,
because it's
dude.
so horrible. But
2
just
people got killed by 1 guy.
viciously
1
just
guy was
sitting
a
there.
fucking medic.
So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
All right, so the Democrats are running the hoax that National Guard troops have never been deployed to crime-ridden areas. It's in the Constitution. You have loose citizens, judges, and DAs.
Okay, dude, how many fucking bullets, man?
County attorneys that
I shoot him, I run away, and I somehow die.
criminals.
He's still
We all
alive.
know it. They've suppressed the crime numbers. That's on record. And so
Holy
here are the
fuck.
headlines. Chicago fights back against Trump. And Trump, is doing all these terrible things, they say. And he's so bad. Chicago fights back against Trump's National Guard threats as New York City's Mondami issues warning to the police state. And then look at these headlines. Armed troops at the Washington Monument. This is not normal. Really, they had armed troops for years in New York after 9/11.
Apparently you can strafe
They're not
faster
armed,
than
they're
arms
major
fucking
targets.
assault rifle.
And this is only a band-aid. We need to move the Soros DAs.
Oh, revive.
And defund the police. But already the rate provides home invasions, armed robberies down 90%. Meanwhile, the Chicago mayor moved to block the deployment of National Guard in the city. He's now putting up fences around the police department and government buildings, quote, to keep the guard out. They finally found a wall they like. Here's another one. Out of Rutherford Institute. A police state presidency. When the rule of law becomes rule by gunpoint. We've already been living under rule by gunpoint. And notice the images of D.C. burning. It's the Podesta plan to have civil uprisings if Trump won and make them racial and then try to bring the whole country down. Remember the summer of love in 2020, mostly peaceful? It's not the police and the military that are burning things down. It's not the police and the military. It's the Democrat Party that's been planning all of this. And even the mayor of D.C. has had to say, okay, crime's way down. It's a good thing, but she sued to then block it. Now the governor of Maryland has said he was against it. Now he's asking for it because his constituents want it. Let's move. It's not just Trump. Red states are cracking down on their own blue cities. Under the state constitutions, if you cut the police and order them not to go after bad guys, and you have Soros DAs like Austin, what did Governor Abbott do 3 years ago? He put thousands of state police on the ground in Austin as a show of force, and it did make crime go down a little. So that they're, oh my gosh, the red states are invading the blue cities. You understand, the cities and counties are chartered by the state constitutions. And if a city passes unconstitutional laws or does criminal things, the legislature and the governor can come in and they can take over the city. They can even dissolve it. But MSM, oh my God, look at this martial law. It's the Democrats trying to make America a failed state.
I need a fucking medic!
Another article, how conservatives learn to love the police state. Well, I'm the police state expert. I've had a bunch of constitutional lawyers on, including former political prisoners like Stuart Rhodes, and they say what Trump's doing is 100% constitutional, and it is. That said, though, long term, you don't want troops. You don't want them to set up permanent offices. Shouldn't be quartered here. They should be there only in the emergency to show that the cities are standing down, to draw political attention to it, and then go after Soros DAs, which is the Missouri AG has been so good at now, being brought in to be deputy FBI director.
And I was at the bottom of the scoreboard.
And its task forces. And you have articles like this one, Trump, Nero, and the remodeling madness. Trump very inexpensively is fixing up the collapsing White House they've admitted for decades is falling apart. And they're calling that, Nero burned down Rome to expand his palace. So Trump's like Nero for fixing holes in the roof? And putting new cobblestones in? And planting new trees? And putting up an American flag?
I assume they'll come out with more guns.
What? Yeah, you see big American flags everywhere, and I love it, but not at the White
Yeah, only
House.
3 sniper rifles. That's
It turns out in the 60s there was a big flag
pretty
there that
bad.
got removed.
Yeah, even base sniper
So putting up a
rifles
flag
for
and fixing
Battlefield
holes in the
4 was
roof
like
is not
9 or something.
Nero. It's the Democrats that burn things down. But they have this image of rioting. This AI image of rioting.
You can tell the
MAGA
maps are
supporters
small
with
because
flames in
this
their
game,
hands.
as far as I know, the maximum
I guess
zoom
indicative
for
of
sniper
Molotov
rifle
cocktails.
scopes
That's
is
the
10,
left.
and Battlefield 4 is 4.
So that's what's really happening there. And Trump set to send troops into
I think,
Washington
like,
State, into
yeah, they
Oregon,
can
they're
add
completely
maps,
lost.
but I think
Into Maryland, they're asking for it. But let me just show you a little bit of what's going on today. This just came out in the last day. Shock video. Woman executed by homeless suspect. Blocks from Philadelphia City Hall. We'll show you video of that. Then shock video. Mob of masked thugs crashed truck into California jewelry shop. Attacked elderly owner. And then we'll show you a ransacking of a Rolex shop.
Okay, team. How many fucking people were right there on our team?
In Chicago, and let me tell you, it wasn't white people doing it. And again, the Justice
So you can have
Department
the
under
best
Biden
game
said
of
the
all
number one
time,
crime is
and
white
it's gonna
supremacy, and it's
be
the number one epidemic,
dragged down
number one
by
threat,
fucking
and it's basically non-existent.
Secure Deco.
Yeah, there have been a few churches shot up by horrible white supremacists, and there have been a few lynchings over the decades. They're terrible. We're against them. There's been some crazy white shooting down black people here and there. We cover it. We just cover it. But statistically, 15 to 1, 20 to 1, higher in some blue cities. It's just not true. So we have to address, why is the left doing this? Why is the left saying white people are villains and demons and stealing and robbing and owe everybody reparations? It is to create anti-white sentiment that comes out of the ADL that literally wants to divide this country. And the Southern Poverty Scumball Center. Facility, Rolex shop. Here it is.
Oh, I can't do it, man. I can't fucking do it. This guy's using a sniper rifle on this fucking map, dude. Oh,
probably a pimp. And then boom.
oh my god, man. I haven't got like one fucking kill. It's just assist. Like, fuck.
Look at those white supremacists. Can you believe a group of jewelry shop?
Wait, what? How the fuck did he get in here, man?
Of course, they're not white supremacists, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, man?
Here's robbing the Rolex shop. And it just goes on and on. But Trump is invading. Now, I want to play a clip of Trump yesterday really getting on a female reporter who says, are you going to war with Chicago? Because she's talking about a Truth Social post. And Trump knows nothing about it because he doesn't post those memes. When he posts something and signs his name and asks for your attention, that's him. And the reason I point that out is I've already known some people that work in that. I know people in the White House. I already know about his team. I've made calls before when they posted it. It was a golden god and ruling gossip. People like, I'm done with Trump. This is a cult thing. Trump didn't make that man. Or they put out a thing saying no one's ready for it. It's made by a Q site. They just picked that up, put it out. The Q goes, look, oh my God, the Q people, look, it's all real. We verified Q. And this apocalypse now means where it's talking about we're going to go in and round up illegal aliens. This is why we changed the name of the Defense Department of War. And the media goes, look, he's going to war. That's not a signed statement from Trump. That was put out by a fan account. And so it's very important for people to stop reading into stuff on Truth Social unless his name is signed to it. It's not some 10D, 5 million D, trillion D, God D, Supreme Q thing. All right? It is messaging that the lawful administration, 4 million people in the federal government, you're going to get different people, different statements, different things. So here's Trump getting mad, not knowing that his own Truth Social had basically said this.
You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
So, there's the facts. Trump didn't post that through social. People need to be more careful.
Dude,
Okay?
someone's on the bridge, I think.
But the point is, not everything on there comes from Trump. In fact, most of it doesn't. A lot of our stuff gets posted. That's
On the
not Trump.
bridge?
That's just people liking it, putting it out. All right. Now, here's Trump getting mad at a reporter about Chicago and them trying to complain he wants a police state. We already have a lawless Soros state because if Soros can't change the laws, he can just take control and not enforce the laws. And the plan is to collapse the country. Cloward and Piven and Podesta restated the plan in his August 2020 plan. Trump won, they were going to do it. And when they said he won this time, they were going to do it. And now they're trying to create lawlessness and stabilize it. And they say, we're going to make Trump send troops out to all of this. We're going to call him a dictator, which I warned you this was all coming. I warned you before you got ready. This will be their big over and over again, and here they are doing it. We'll come back to the Trump Club after that, and then move into other big subjects. Please remember.
This guy's quick-scoping people, man. What the fuck?
Grouping of sales going today that I've even forgotten to tell you about.
Yeah, behind you.
Free $10 Ultimate Fundraiser sale. You get free $10 to spend on anything in the store right now at thealexstore.com.
He's a magic! Why? Let me ask you. Yeah. Really higher than Chicago? You're not... Excuse me. You know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. You know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
I'm jacked up on the methylene blue. It's the best thing you guys have ever had.
I do subscribe to the methylene blue and the ultimate CMOS on a monthly basis. $6.5 your supplement. It's been helping me out for the last 3 years. Last 20 pounds. I feel better. I feel like I'm 25.
Like I said, I've been taking methylene blue, and it is freaking awesome. I was honestly in the chat on Rumble fast, like getting sick of Alex plugging it. I can tell you what, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a try. I actually subscribe monthly now to it, and I got a couple of people that I work with. I gave them that. They didn't think that.
I was so bad with the MS. I was in a wheelchair. That methylene blue is able to get everything that you're taking, all your antibiotics or whatever medicines you're taking, supplements. What it does, it helps it cross the blood-brain barrier. Methylene blue will help things push it through to where it needs to go. I was at my store, and I keep the TV on in my store of InfoWars. And I heard Alex Jones talking about methylene blue. Well, right away, my ears perked up. I knew what that did for me. I knew that it got me up and walking again, and I was having seizures about it. And I was bad, really bad. So I ordered 2 bottles of it, but I went get one free. So I started taking it, and boy, let me tell you something. What a blessing. I take the capsules twice. I take 2 of those a day.
And you're saying with methylene blue, you're taking it with ivermectin, and you're using our methylene blue, and it's kept you regressed, but now you're taking this, and you're back to being normal, or what's your level at?
I'm walking. Okay. No, I own a jewelry store, and I'm able to. Don't get me wrong, I have bad days, but let me tell you something. I'm walking, and the bad days that I may have, maybe like once every couple weeks. But I'm able to speak properly, where my everything was lagging with me. Right. The lesions were showing very bright in my brain. And when I started on the methylene blue, I couldn't take the liquid. I bought the liquid, but I just couldn't get it down. I was trying to find like a substance, and all of a sudden the pills came out.
you know, I'm glad to hear that. That really makes me feel good for, you know, the products that we offer to people. And, you know, methylene blue, it really has been a game changer around here in terms of people getting it and seeing effects immediately, being able to acquire that quality of life they want. And that's really great to hear.
I will put money on it. Like I said, I used to have to pay, what, $10,000 a week?
Right.
To get it in my arm and sit there 2 hours a day to get it pumped in my system. And now I can take 2 pills or drink it once a day and pay what? I don't know, $30, $40 a bottle of it?
Depends on what the sale is, yeah.
And it's helping me to have a quality of life that I didn't have before that I have now. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care what anybody says. I know what it's like with it, and I know what it's like without it.
Well,
And we'll be having it.
Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for helping your family too. Because, you know, sometimes people, they don't want to tell their family, they don't want to say anything because you're supposed to mind your own business and not tell people about health. That's a doctor's job, you know. But no, it is our job to tell our family, hey, this is what I found. This is what I found in the world. Why don't you try it?
So here it is, Onion CEO Ben Collins, ran the censorship bureau at MSNBC, now funded by Bloomberg, hasn't given up on print or buying influence. And you ought to read the whole, 22-page article, because it is a exercise in disinformation
Oh, shit.
and gobbledygook.
It became immediately clear to us that no one else was going to bid on this. The auction for these assets, like the entirety of the InfoWars thing, like including his supplements that he sells, were for sale. Like we won, the judge took away from us because he was also scared of what was going on. And
No, they had a fake auction in a clock, and the judge said it violated bankruptcy law. He didn't want to say it was criminal, but he said it, you know, he stopped short and said, it looks bad.
You made this bid. It was an incredible moment when it was announced that you were doing this, and then all of a sudden, brakes are on, right? And the judge somewhere, I have all the details, but basically said this isn't happening.
yeah, he basically wiped away about like 18 months of court decisions. Was like, he just, I mean, I looked this bid too. You gotta remember, like, you know, Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, these people were on it.
Yes.
Right?
Patel never was.
Our ideological battle in our generation is not what we went through in the Civil War.
No.
Those countries abolishing scourge of slavery and that revolution where we fought for the free ideas of limited government freedom. That's not it. What we're fighting now is ideology. A pernicious, dangerous, and historically deadly ideology that says that other men and women have been imbued with some special powers to reign over your life and take your liberty. And to move forward, and this is somehow a benevolent way, guided by the Lord himself, that these men should take control of your life. This is our fight. This is our time. Once we allow the left-leaning media, which is what most of them are, to paint conservative or liberty-based talk as inherently violent, what do you think the next step is, Alex? The next step is censorship. You can't allow this to happen. So I'm asking you, listeners, whether you support Trump, Cruz, Rubio, Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Joey Dagadona, I don't care who you support. Do not allow them to do this. Because what they do is the next step towards suppression of free speech, which the left is
Cut right to the heart. They're censoring in Europe. They're starting to censor here. They admit they want to censor us because they can't get people their ideas. And you hit the nail on the head. They are wanting to save radical. They want to put out these law enforcement advisements. I mean, they even tried to ban in the Navy the Gadsden flag. It was the first flag of the U.S. Navy. I mean, they mean business.
Like, Dan Bongino, I'm just going to start there. Like, these people, that was a feeder system to administration. So, like, to be afraid of that is natural.
At the end here, they say if you could have anything you wanted, what would you do?
What would you control?
I mean, I really would like to control influence. Yeah, so we'll see what happens, but I would like to.
The more we survive, the more we know it's the hand of God, and the more historical it is.
Oh my God, dude.
Love this place more
That
than
was
ever and wanna
fucking
fight
insane.
Because they want the symbol, and they want to misrepresent, and they want to steal not just my identity, but the idea of the info war, and claim it's theirs. And they say that on national TV and in Wired magazine and all over the place. And they got caught in a fake auction. And we sued them and got the depositions and emails where they admit we're not going to let any.
There were so many people that actually didn't know.
So we're just going to break in.
Holy fuck.
Stopping the shutdown. In June of last year, the judge shut them down. They tried to close us illegally. And he fired the U.S. trustee for that department. They brought another one. And the CRO, saying never seen anything like it. Then in November, they had the fake auction, and he shut them down then. That had nothing to do with Dan Bongino. So, just know, if they somehow get us shut down the next few months, which we're trying to do constantly, there's another hearing on the 16th in front of Quare Gamble that ran the show trial. It'll work out, folks, because if people don't believe that is what they've done is cut and dry, I mean, in the depositions, in the emails, we're not going to let anybody at the Info Wars. We're going to go beforehand, decide it goes to this group for almost no money. That's bankruptcy fraud. Massive news straight ahead. Here's a paper beers. Shared a lot of feeds now. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a totally jam-packed second hour here today. And then we have very intelligent individuals that's predicted so much of what's happened. Joining us coming up in the third hour, dealing with the statements of Trump and his science czar that we now control time and space and have super weapons. So, look for that coming up in the third hour today, Ashton Force. I will then open the phones up for the entirety of the fourth hour. But here's what I want to do
across the
now
bridge somewhere.
the biggest Ukraine developments yet.
Fuck, he's way back over there.
Let's go.
Democrats now red-handed stealing $5 billion and engaging in mass election fraud. We've got a lot to hit here today that I haven't gotten to yet. Major AI developments, you name it. But before we do that, I meant to cover this Saturday and Sunday, but I didn't. And that's good because then I remember today some other clips I wanted to play, so we grabbed some more on this. And that's all this talk about Peter Thiel and Alex Karp and Palantir.
I'll try and spawn on me.
And the public picking up on this multi-part series.
Fuck, man.
Peter Thiel's going to be holding on the Antichrist. And so people have been asking, what is that all about? Well, I already knew, because I've done research on Thiel. But I went back and checked it just to make sure my memory was right. And I can tell you why. And so, we're going to be getting to that. Coming up.
Frag away!
But first, because it ties into it.
Dude, like, I feel like they've had, like, one flag the entire game.
And it's just kind of the opening
Every time I look at the fucking scoreboard, they have...
To everybody's concern, and the more you're informed about AI, the more you're informed about robotics. It's all the inventor of AI, basically, is apocalyptic.
I'm out of ammo.
Elon Musk has said he's super worried about control. He wants to be open and free, he says. But I see evidence that that's the case. But still, it is Promethean fire, Atlantean, technology. Whether again you believe that Atlantis existed or not, we are the new Atlantis. Whether it existed or not, it's now here. And will we destroy ourselves? Is this godlike power we have? Because we're not God, we have godlike power. And Trump has wanted for a long time, I said this at the start of his first administration, to roll out a lot of the suppressed technology. He's really moving along a lot quicker right now. But it's good
he's right
to
there,
be
dude.
concerned. It's good to understand also that you don't have to just embrace robots and computers and AI. The more you adopt it, the more you let it run your life, the more you become vestigial, ceremonial, obsolete. I know so many people just a few years ago that were really smart and engaged and great writers, great researchers. Now they won't do anything but use ChatGPT. And I can tell when somebody gives me something written by ChatGPT. And people that are uninformed think, oh, it's super smart, it's super informative, but really it's just plagiarized crap. Quote authoritative sources, that means establishment sources. So, it's a big problem. We have a major debate about this, but the arms race globally by different elites to get the all-powerful AI is off the chain. Genie's out of the bottle, toothpaste is out of the tube, the horse has left the barn. Pandora's box is open. So some people are like, Jones, you ought to call for a ban on all of this. And you ought to call for Elon Musk to not have Starlink, even though they're using Starlink. It's here. It's happening. It's done. The question is, how are we going to affect the architecture of it and stand up together and put our will into it so that we control it? But there are ways to control it and curtail it if we address it from the discriminatory perspective. When we're all busy fighting with each other over what color we are, rooms or girl sports, whether we should be cutting 8-year-old boys' penises off and 9-year-old girls' breasts off, those are all football issues to divide and conquer. Why does AI get all the energy at once, but we can't have energy? Why does it need 100 times the energy it's currently got? Whenever. I see headlines everywhere. Don't feed your dog meat. It's bad for the earth.
Shit.
Your dog farts too. You do too. You know, don't have a car. Don't go on vacation. Don't fly. It's bad for the earth. But the carbon's not. It's good for the atmosphere. Our atmosphere is thinner than it's ever been in millions of years. Methane from cows is what keeps heat on the planet. You don't want a new ice age that we're doing. So the facts go on and on. But why does AI get all
I'm happy with how I performed.
We're being taught we're bad, we're evil, we're hurting the earth, but all this robot silicon AI takeover, it's good, and it's destroying the carbon-based life forms. And you read deeper into the globalist philosophy, and they say biological life is no good. We're creating silicon, it lives forever, but doesn't really live. And it needs all this power and everything being handed over to it. We've got to let it take control of our cars and our lives and our medicine and our writing and our culture. We are giving it everything we are and committing suicide on its altar. For total surveillance, total control, the whole thing's being deployed evenly. And it goes from bad to worse, from the Chi-Com AI to Sam Altman. OpenAI is one of the worst. Google, terrible. Designed to lie, designed to control. Grok is somewhat better, but still diseased because they all interface and are incestuous, the different AIs. And Musk's argument is we should have decentralized AI, truly open AI, not the name open AI, but true open, where the public, common sense, the knowledge of the crowd programs it. Remember until about 8 years ago, Google was so accurate? Whatever was most popular, whatever people clicked on the most, the algorithm put at the top. That's why it was the top of everything. Then they said, nope, and now you go to Google, the first 50 pages is just pure crap, pure lies, pure deception. And we know from the new studies out on people using ChatGPT and other big systems that IQs start plunging, neurons stop firing, people literally become jellyfish, critical thinking disappears. It's literally brain damaging us.
It's time for the gun.
The way it's been deployed is predatory. It's bad.
Yeah.
You can argue in an arms race, you need something to counter it. Good people run. The question is, humans even still run it if Musk really is good. So far, making all the right moves. Look what we did with X. Rock's better than any other system out there. More accurate. Still has problems. It's getting better all the time. Very nuanced. We're impressed. So, I was really impressed. Like, about 6 months ago, Owen Schroyer had a Nick Pointers on. I got on the show. Had to put it on. He said, yeah, we're doing that censorship. He was like, yes. Oh, yeah, censorship. Bitches later say he's been censorship like victims. Totally bizarre. He's now admitted he was never censored and admitted he was given raises. That's like, man, this is a lie. Wow, not only do you quit, you have to play victim. side issue. I forgive him and moving on. But I come in there and say, yeah, I'm going to come in here and do a joke in a little while. They say, yeah, come in. So I come in and I go, whoa, stop talking about Israel. I got the call from Netanyahu. I'm here to shut you down. I got Nick here. I put him on my show. I put him on that show. And I knew the Nazis would go crazy and go, look, he's censoring. It's a joke. It's satire. And it was drawing attention to the Israel law of censoring and things. But it was a double-edged deal. And I never said it was satire. It's so obvious it was. And the controlled, crazy, mentally ill, schizophrenic arm of the right wing went with it. Sure enough, it went viral and said, look, he's getting into censor. Newsflash, if you're trying to censor for Tel Aviv, you don't run in and say, it's got a call from Netanyahu. But the Grok responses was, this isn't even subtle satire. Jones is being completely sarcastic. They're all laughing. You wouldn't do this if you didn't want attention on something. This is satire. And the fact that it was a longer, better description, I just wasn't looking at it. I saw it all over the place yesterday. Like, Grok had this really nuanced understanding. So, because it's getting humor that the left can't understand, and they're humans, and they can't meme. I'm seeing Grok create its own memes now that are really smart, so that is scary. But I'm digressing. I'm sorry. It's just to get into Peter Thiel, get into a larger subject, and I'm gonna start getting into this right now. But first, let's play clip 6. This is the title from TikTok. Black man on TikTok talking about robots. It's kind of a dumb headline. No. Black engineer, electrician, I'm not sure which. He looks like an engineer or electrician. The point is, he's saying, I've been all over the place, and I've never seen something getting built this quick. And I'm telling you, there's a massive rollout of this new system, which is true. It's here. But he's never worked on a Musk project, so this is standard for anything Musk does. In fact, I'm surprised it's only 12-hour shifts. I guess he's got double shifts, so yeah. Musk is 24 hours, folks. So, but what this man says is absolutely pertinent and is a good alarm as an alarmist about what we should be concerned about. It doesn't mean the full extension of where he goes is going to happen, but we should be really concerned. We should have a human union, not an official union, but where we buy from companies that are employ humans, where we buy from companies where things are manufactured by humans, where we stand up and support old school cool stuff, handmade hamburgers, handmade clothes, hand-grown food, because that's what makes us who we are, is building and striving and making furniture. You ever been around really good carpenters and people, they just love it and they just zone out. You get high doing it. It's what you're designed to do, just like we build AI. They still, with robots, can't build advanced aerospace aircraft. It's got to be craftsmen. Handmade.
I wonder if they didn't do accents, shit that's going on.
And you look at hand-drawn animations, they're still way better than AI because we are amazing when we strive. But you've got to shoot for the heights. All right, I got all the news yet, so we're getting into this right now. But let's go ahead and play Black man on TikTok talking about robots. No, black man on TikTok warning people that a big change is here.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people from my last video saying that nothing's coming, nothing's gonna happen, I'm paranoid, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell you like this. This is where I'm working, okay? I'll read that. This is where I'm working right now. The man who owns that company, I'll say Shelon Tuss. You know, y'all know Shelon Tuss. Find the rhyme with the rhythm. He has us working 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. I'm an electrician. I wire up all the machinery that they're using to build the trucks. I'm wiring up all the machinery that they are using to build these robots.
They're near you.
We are working 12 hours, 7 days a week. I have worked for TikTok. I have worked for Amazon.
Outside.
I have worked for Samsung. I have worked for Fortune 500 companies all year. Nobody's treating their people like this, okay? 12-hour shifts. He's trying to complete this for something. I promise you, bro, as soon as these robots go online, it will kill 80% of the job force. All you people driving trucks, in restaurants, don't think this can happen in Japan. They already have robots serving tables. They already have nurses that are being robotically projected from monitors to help patients. Your job is not safe, okay? 80% of the workforce will be killed by these robots. As soon as he puts these AIs inside of these robots, I promise you, bro, they will think, be smarter, faster, and they do not need to sleep, bro. We call in. I called in 3 days ago because I worked 6 days straight. Robots don't do that, and that's what they are pushing for, bro. Have you sitting at home with real ID, with your bed now money, taking free governmental universal income, slave, bro. Victim to the system, bro. They do not want you out here moving how you want. They do not want you collecting resources. They don't want you to do anything without their knowledge, bro. They want to track every transaction. They want to track your whereabouts. They want you thinking, bro. And all they want to do is monetize and commercialize that. It's that mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is taking things that should not be for money or for sale and making them for sale, like their soul, love, things of that nature, bro. And y'all say that it's not
God, this gun sounds so good.
I promise you, bro, this is coming. Where I'm working right now is proving that. This man sends drones on the top of buildings, drones inside of buildings. Count how many people are working at all times. It's not a game, bro. I'm telling you, this is just his company, bro. Imagine what they're doing. Like Facebook, all these companies are together. They're acting like they're competitors. They're not. They all have one agenda, bro. And each of them are doing their part. I promise you. I need y'all to really think about this, bro. They're building bulletproof trucks with robots. I don't know if you've seen it, but look it up. Recently, a guy just got pulled over in Dubai by a Cybertruck police. And the robot gave him a ticket for using his phone and not being buckled up. And they sent the fine to his phone.
Like,
I promise you, bro, these cars are not for
this idiot
normal
is
civilians.
right there,
Do not be bulletproof trucks for civilians. He is going to supply and fleet out the military and the police force, bro. We will not be able to run and hide. They've already stopped making V8 engines and trucks, and the Chargers. There are no more Hellcats or Hemis being produced. They're all V6s. We will not be able to escape this shit, bro. I promise you, bro, these robots are going to take your job.
Who the fuck is he?
Police force. They're going to be the
I'll get the fuck out of here.
We're going to be on our ass like idiots.
Holy fuck, dude.
Oh.
Am I getting shot through fucking storage containers, bro?
Authorize when to leave on your phone. Australia already did it with COVID.
Like, I didn't know you could
Still
shoot.
don't know where he is.
Doesn't need us, and we're not going to need all the people. Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab. Now, this fella just figured it out watching it himself. I can tell the way he's talking. Really smart. But I guarantee you, if I could get him on the show, I would. He's just observing it himself. We have all our own doctors coming to the shows right now. So this is not here to empower us. This is here to surveil us, control us, and make us obsolete.
They should bring back Metro.
Want to do that since he's opposing them, and he wants all this to empower us and have us go to space and all the rest of it. That remains to be seen. Demand they make cars that don't have all the AC. They make air conditioning thermostat systems that aren't hooked into the smart meter control where they can control your house. More than 20 years ago they would, and now they do. This is bad news, folks. Now let's start getting into Peter Thiel. And here's my issue with this.
Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
I said years ago, if Trump gets back in, Peter Thiel and Palantir and Alex Karp are going to go way up in stock. And that Little Tech, as they're known, is trying to move in on Google and Amazon and Microsoft that run almost all the defense stuff currently, mainly Amazon and Microsoft. They're already doing all this stuff. The AI is way more advanced than that. Palantir wants to come in and take over the market and do the exact same thing they're doing. Palantir's running 100 killer drones. They're autonomous. I mean, the robot decides who to kill. In Gaza and in Ukraine, I can tell you, nobody knows that for sure, for a time. And Clark does say his main enemy is Christian nationalists. He just want to kill him. Dude, nobody was even talking about you. You say crap. Like project, where do you displace? Conjuring you back up. Whatever, Clark. He knows what to say, so he gets all the big Rothschild contracts. And so, yeah, there's a bunch of creepiness there. What I said months ago was the New York Times and Washington Post is attacking Palantir because it's trying to make...
Yo, dog, I'm Sledge.
I didn't say it was good.
Let me hear it.
I said it's already there. People are now discovering this control grid. This is just a hostile takeover of one group or the other. So that's just an internal game fight going on. We need to understand it's bigger than Palantir. It's the whole system. Pulse is coming in with his own system. And what's his own big unified system? So there's a big race between governments, corporations, military systems, for who is going to control this. So let's go out to break. I'll come back and explain why.
The sound of those jets going above is pretty amazing.
My very specific question for you, right, is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right? Isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
Democrats.
We don't want no government.
We don't want one centralized system where there's not diversity. We need all sorts of other systems as firewalls or bulkheads in a ship.
Assault is the class with the ammo, right?
Since one apartment gets on fire, it's contained, doesn't burn the whole thing down. And you could say, well, I don't believe.
Wait, engineer gives ammo?
The jury's out on that. I'm not saying that. For
a
real discussion here,
I honestly don't know how
I'm simply saying that Peter Thiel is introducing the idea of the Antichrist world government system in the name of the stagnancy of total control and the nanny state through the AI system that Revelation and Daniel and the other books predict to a T. So, and he's not even coming out and saying, ooh, I'm not the Antichrist or I'm not a minion of the Antichrist. He's trying to introduce people to the Antichrist system.
Just gonna assume it does.
It's a bad thing, while he's right at the heart of systems that would be used and could be called proto-Mark of the Beast systems. So in that is a larger riddle, and I don't know the exact answer. Maybe I should reach out and try to get Peter Thiel on the show. In fact, I'll do that, I think. Well, I've never even tried to do that. I should do that. And maybe he can explain this to us. But what I do understand is Thessalonians and what he's talking about there and the Antichrist system that claims is creating this big liberal kumbaya where you can't ever criticize another religion or group. You've got one big homogenized ecumenical system that the Vatican's pushing and the New Agers are pushing, and it's all merging in. And I actually read Thiel's statements in full interviews. He explains that, and that is true. But it's very paradoxical then. Alex Karp is saying his number one fear is Christian nationalists that want to kill him. No one ever even talked about you until you said stuff like that. And Karp helped censor with the EU, the nationalist, and has helped suppressing very legitimate, good, wholesome movements. So I see a lot of bad fruit out of Palantir because Palantir's getting government contracts. That's what they want. And maybe that's what Palantir wants. I don't know. Peter Thiel should come on. Alex Karp. Hell, try to get Alex Karp on. I'll ask him real questions, not these idiotic ones. But I do know why Peter Thiel's obsessed with the Antichrist. And you can go read his writings from 20 years ago about it. You can read the news articles about it. And it's public. And I'll answer that question in a moment. But I can't judge whether somebody's good or bad. I can tell you this, though. At the secret occultic just means secret, hidden levels in government and systems, these people are all jockeying for control, all jockeying for power. They all think they're going to be number one. at the highest levels of evil, you don't have people bowing down and worshiping Satan. They think they are the ultimate creation, the ultimate being, and they're waiting for the AI suit for them to step into and have immortality, and then they're going to wipe out all of their competition.
I was going to say
because there's no
only
competition in
unlocked one
godhood.
fucking camo.
There's no place for second place. And I'm not saying that's what Carp wants. I'm not saying it's what Kill wants, because I've never seen them make mistakes. But the Ray Kurzweils and the Larry Pages and the Sergey Brins and the Eric Schmidts, they are all.
I'm not a fan of how they did this.
L85 the future isn't human. You've all known Harari recently, and we are just taking over the whole planet, and nothing will be biological. That's old and bad. It's all going to be silicon, and then we'll probably have a war between the 2 or 3 top AI god creatures that we've merged with, and there'll finally be one new creature that blasts off and conquers the universe. I mean, this is a standard worshiping AI god. I don't believe in God yet. I'm going to become a god. So I read their writings.
Yeah, I don't know. They did that in the
Teal and
Battlefield
Musk,
4, where
I
to
see
unlock
a
some
major different angle to it.
Do some like arbitrary shit that.
Now, is that like Google saying when they first were founded in '98? Don't be evil, because their plan was to be pure evil. They're like, we're not the evil one. We're not with the Antichrist here, folks. Everything. I mean, that's where it points. And I would ask Peter Thiel and Alex Karp those questions. I would ask Karp, hey, bro, no one in the right wing was ever talking about you, Christian nationalists. Why are you saying your main fears were going to kill you? And then you've got autonomous drones and talk about nerve gassing people with fentanyl. Creepy, dude. Like, he's declaring he wants to be our enemy. I'm gone. What you do, son? Coming for you. That's what on guard means. On guard in French. So he's like, on guard. Pulls out his lightsaber. I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. Where it's like, So you don't want to cut your son's penis off, prepare to die. So, here's a really funny clip from Tim Dillon, where he nails it from that perspective, but then I'm going to give you the deeper dive.
That's what bothers people about this commentary.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, the talent. You know, Peter Thiel's doing a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist. This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. Just to show everybody, you know, how much I know about it and how scary it is.
Yeah, I don't know which class drops ammo.
Totally not me or anyone I know. It's so strange to have this. You build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology.
I think you unlock it at a certain level.
To export wars all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil friends and neighbors. And then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go tennis? It's odd, and I like ice fishing. I build autonomous drone technology. I build domestic surveillance technology. And I love lake trout. And I love lake trout. And I love big mouth bass fishing. But instead, he goes, and I also developed quite a keen interest in safety. And I loved it.
So they go on to ask, why is he doing this? One ring to the wall, one ring to find them, one ring to ring them all, and in the darkness find them in the land of the shadow of mind. So I'm going to answer the question of why Peter Thiel suddenly developed interest in this, which he didn't. In a moment, but here's the
I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost. For none now live who remember it.
see any guns on the ground? Like after someone.
Respawning right now. So.
This guy has ammo box. I don't know what class. Okay, look at it. Look at his Anami. And look at what class that is.
It's support. It's support, but yeah, you have to unlock it.
I feel like we have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Wait, support has fucking defigs and ammo? Is that wrong?
Well, that's how it was in Bad Company too. The medic had the ammo bag and the LMGs.
Who had the medic tag?
The medic, yeah, the medic.
Dude, that is so fucking
Yeah, I always used to play that.
I had more assists than we both had more assists than kills.
The missing plane. Podcast with former JSOC operator Chad dropped today. This is going to be big because you got the truck admitting what Action Foreman's been saying for years is real. And I know from the theoretical physics it is. Atomic weapons were theoretical physics in 1895. They were
holy shit.
In 1944. So, very informative discussion coming up next hour.
Oh shit.
open phones in the 4th hour, but I have not done a real plug today. I have to do a real one now because this is a very exciting sale. There's a lot of traffic. A lot of folks are in there. I appreciate that. The best supplements. That's great. These deals are so good. I mean, plugging on the store right now. That's one thing to support. You get a free $10 ultimate fundraiser sale. Get a free $10 credit with every order over $75 in this critical fundraiser sale for limited time only. Stock up on premium supplements, patriotic apparel, as well as an adventure to wear it, empower your health, and promote freedom and stand up against the censors everywhere in the third dimension, not just online. All saving big. Limited time offer. Shop now at thealexstore.com. Unlock peak performance with our top supplements. Ultra Methylene Blue. Fresh mint flavor. The very strongest. Make sure to sign up and get auto ship, canceling time, and get 50% off. And every price. Incredible. Bovine colostrum. Label the top brand
so many of these people
stores. 50% off when you sign up for subscription auto ship. You can always cancel anytime, though we know you won't want to because it works so great, so good for your whole body. It supercharges everything. It's just incredible. The first 2 weeks of eating mammal's milk is just next level, and this is very special, concentrated, 2,000 milligrams per scoop. Shilajit complex. Shilajit is a whole bunch of peptides that only exist in these rare earth extrusions out of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes in the Himalayas and other places. We've got the best private label of the top, cleanest, best one. Boost testosterone, health, your skin, your libido, your dreams, your life. It's just, everybody should be on Shilajit. We've got the best. We lock that in 50% off limited time as well. We got the Shilajit complex. It's absolutely amazing. It's on right now. If you're a subscriber, Ultimate C Pause. Make sure you sign up, 50% off, and never run out because the stuff sells out sometimes. But if you're a subscriber, they hold it back. You 50% off, not just when you first buy it, but only when you sign up during these special deals that are only happen occasionally every few months. And again, you can sign up for subscription. Most people don't, but that's when you reorder. Incentivize you.
I just got in here.
Incentivize people too that never taken the products to get them at thealexstore.com. These are incredible products. That's why I've got so much energy. And how I lost almost 70 pounds. Well, I've always taken some supplements here and there. I know they will. Always
What?
To make me remember to do it, a medical nurse, but she comes here every week, has it all, puts it in the containers for me, gets the powders ready, sets them out on my desk, like a whole week of it, and then I don't forget, and I've got it at home as well. And so, even before I eat, I haven't even eaten yet today, also intermittent fast, I'll eat a little while. I come in and it's all laid out, I remember, and I take it. It's so important to take this stuff because it really works. But out of any of the products that you will instantly feel, 99% of people plus,
how did we just completely lose
our Methylene Blue. Methylene Blue is incredible. We have the best. You can lock it at 50% off right now. This deal is only going, I think they told me till Sunday, so about 6-7 days. Take advantage of this mega sale. Also, there's a smart War Bond with my ugly face on it. You pay $100 for it. I just want to you supported. When it gets mailed to you, it has a promo code. One-time use, $110 in the store. Buy your War Bonds for the InfoWar now at thealexjonesstore.com. I want to thank you for being the reason. We'll always be on the air, as Chase Geyser loves to say. We'll be right back. Thanks for your support. Now take action now. The last 5 years, I've had all these scientists on promoting spike protein detoxes that have saved so many people and done all this. And finally, we're like, hey, we better do our own. Let's make the best. We take the 2 best-selling ones, combine the 2 with stuff that the government tried to ban. People would die. And yeah, we're selling stuff that really works. Tell us about Ultimate Life Force. It's a horse pill. I take it a few times a year as a detox. So good for cardiovascular. Just one of the ingredients in this alone is on record a game changer they tried to ban. This is so important.
N-acetylcysteine, better known as NAC, was widely available pre-pandemic, but during the pandemic, during COVID, they took it off Amazon because it was too powerful. Too many people were getting well from it. They say, okay, this isn't a supplement, this is a drug. Now, we're not making that claim this is a supplement, but it is a supplement that is so powerful it can be used and compared to something like that.
And what is NAC?
N-acetylcysteine is the main precursor to your body's master antioxidant, glutathione, right? Glutathione is what your body uses to detoxify everything, but most importantly, your lungs. NAC reduces lung mucus and is incredibly powerful. This is rocket fuel, this is the gasoline, this is the fuel you need to make the glutathione. But more importantly, even than that almost, I was taking a look at Ultimate Life Force, and I forget about these things. These things are something that they wanted to ban even more. The nattokinase and the serrapeptase, those are compounds that go in and break down blood clots and scar tissue and inorganic things in the body. That's for the spike protein. The cool thing is everybody, every human can get healthy. It just takes different specific steps to get healthy. And that's why becoming knowledgeable about...
Well, that's like breeds of cows. They're like, these cows can handle the heat, these cows can't. These cows can handle cold, they can't. These dogs can handle this, these can't. We're all dogs, we're all cows, we're all the same species, but there's certain things each group can't handle.
No, 100% I agree with that. And it's so key. I mean, the reason why Methylene Blue has just been such an incredible hit to the audience and to the supporters, listeners, to us, everyone, is because, well, like, we really feel the effect, you know?
Like it's like the Garden of Eden. God made all these things to work together.
It's all there. The information's readily available.
No, it's absolutely incredible. These are great products. They fund the operation. And folks, it's common sense. Go get them. TheAlexSwissWar.com. Get the bovine colostrum. Get the methyl drive, get the power plant, get the methylene blue, get it all.
What's cool about supplements, at least to me, is you're able to look at these different genetic groups and then you can go, okay, they need help with this one thing, we got a compound for that.
All we did was go out with the top selling products for all the studies and just combine them together.
100%. I mean, you look at this product, the NAC alone makes it worth buying, but you've got 4 or 5 other things in there directly targeted to addressing COVID and long COVID.
People say, well, I don't have COVID right now. The point is, it's good for you, period.
100%. We've all got scar tissue in us. We've all got issues. We've all got these inorganic compounds, these microplastics. You look at something like Ultimate Life Force, it might be able to address some of those situations.
Yo, this team is fucking
You look at this, you look at the other products we're offering you, it's kind of hard to do an individual pitch for them because they're all so amazing. It's incredible. We make this stuff for you and for ourselves. Everyone at the InfoWars office is gobbling these supplements left and right. That's why I made these, is so I could take them.
And then you designed it to go with our ultramethylene blue.
Absolutely, that's the key. Before any man or woman, young and old, if you're on methylene blue, you got to take it.
Everybody loves the formulas, and I've noticed I think both together, the energy's totally insane. Each one is very strong on its own.
Methyl Drive is something that every person in the country should take. This is something so powerful they tried to ban it.
So the methylene blue is like the engine and gasoline. These products together is the nitrous oxide.
Exactly, it turbocharges.
Civilization. The European Union provides funding to member countries for accepting immigrants. Ireland receives this funding, which then flows to developers, hotels, and provides relief. These elites funnel some of that same money back to the government through donations and gifts, creating a cycle of wealth and influence. Meanwhile, immigrants are used to secure votes for the government, reinforcing their power. And more
there's a tank behind us.
The wealthy become richer, while ordinary citizens suffer as the value of the euro drops, widening the wealth divide.
2021 census lays out the stark reality exponentially ballooning across the UK. 3,870,000 Muslims now make up 6.5% of England and Wales population, a 44% surge since 2011, adding 1.16 million people and driving a third of the nation's population growth, while in London, a whopping 15% Muslim.
As the Quran says, God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear.
And Birmingham, 30%. This isn't a politically correct trend. It's a tidal wave spiraling into an inevitable civil war. And it's hitting every corner of the West with the same diabolical playbook.
Just had a lovely lady screaming and shouting outside our window at us racist scum. So obviously in England in 2025 it makes you
Western birth rates plummeted. British women now average 1.44 children, well below the 2.1 needed to sustain a population. Then, by design, the elites flipped the script, crying about declining birth rates, aging workforces, opening the floodgates to uncontrolled migration, and now entire nations, cultures, and identities are on the chopping block.
America will be a Muslim country, Russia will be a Muslim country, Islam will enter every house. We have to be a part of that change.
Now enters Shabana Mahmood, Britain's new Home Secretary, appointed September 5th, 2025, in a cabinet reshuffle after Angela Rayner's tax scandal resignation.
You know, the people that you see holding the English flag most of the time, down my neck of the woods will be the EDL, and they are white, and they are very evil, and they're bad people, and they want to divide our communities from one another.
Mahmood, the first Muslim woman to hold this office of state, oversees immigration, policing, MI5, and national security. Birmingham-born barrister of Pakistani descent, she's a Labour MP for a 70% non-white constituency and identifies with the socially conservative Blue Labour faction. Regardless of her towing of English narratives in the past, she is now a gatekeeper for the inevitable attempt to establish Sharia law in the UK.
Like a lot of practicing Muslims, my faith is the most important thing in my life. It is the absolute driver of everything that I do.
30,000 boats entered the UK in 2024 alone. Mahmood is tasked with stopping these boats, speeding up asylum deportation, and reforming a system where 27.8% of Muslim households live in social housing and 32.7% face overcrowding. The real numbers tell a story they don't want you to hear. Only 51.4% of Muslims aged 16 to 64 are employed, compared to 70.9% of all Brits. Muslim women, just 37%. Schools, 10% of kids are Muslim, despite Muslims being 6% of the population. In Birmingham, 43.5% of those under 18 are Muslim. In Manchester, 35%. Meanwhile, British kids are a minority in 25% of London schools. This is the demographic reality. It's not a conspiracy, which leads anyone with any brains to question the endgame. The UK is at a breaking point, and the world's watching. Will Mahmood stop the boats?
Wait, so we're winning?
Restore trust, or will the New World Order's playbook continue unraveling the West? John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
Ashton Forbes is our guest. Organizer of the MH370X, volunteer history of MH370 and the science behind the advanced technology deployed on the plane. He's a government contractor with a security clearance unrelated to an anomalous phenomenon. He is not bound by an NDA, and everything revealed is publicly available information. MH370X is the first ever community-led crowdsourced investigation. Ashton sit with the voice of the community. His mission is true disclosure on our terms without letting anybody set the narrative. He's been saying this for many years, and who I have on the show is batting 1,000. Somebody's batting close to 1,000, they're on the show. They're batting 1,000, I want them on the show all the time. And now in the last few months, we control time and space, says Trump. We have super weapons. His science czar comes out and says the same thing. Michael Christios. So I want to play a few of these clips and then go to him. Then next hour, your phone calls, and Trump admin launches Operation Midway Blitz in push to target illegal immigrants, fight violent crime in Chicago. The left is going into complete and total meltdown. Supreme Court upholds roving patrols for immigration arrests in Los Angeles. They're not just roving, they're targeting specific people. Supreme Court also allows Trump to fire Biden-appointed FTC commissioner. Of course, he already had that power. Lower court judges were engaged in their own tyranny while calling him a tyrant. That's coming up. 4th hour today out of the War Room with Rob Dew and other special guests, 3 to 6 p.m. right here on the InfoWars Network. But let's play these clips just so we have some background. Here is Trump. He's a secret U.S. weapons more powerful than anyone can imagine. Then we'll play clip 2, Trump, we have planes that are undetectable. And then clip 5, Michael Christios. Our technology permits us to manipulate time and space. Lieutenant General Stephen Quash says fantastic technology exists that could transport humans anywhere on Earth in an hour. And then clip 7, play them back to back. We'll go to our guest.
And we're very powerful. This country's very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, even not even close. So nobody's going to do that, but I think if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But you know, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You know, you can be stealthy and never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We're the best weapons in the world.
We seem to have lost focus and vision. We've lowered our sights as systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow, and improve productivity.
Energy, the seed corn of all development, all growth, all survival. Energy. So energy, transportation, information, and manufacturing, these are the things that change humanity, that will change world power, and they're descending upon us in ways that are very unique. The technology is on the engineering benches today, but most Americans and most in Congress have not had time to really look deeply at what's going on. But I've had the benefit of 33 years of studying and becoming friends with these engineers and these scientists. This technology
in Spawn
can be built today with technology that is not developmental to deliver any human being from any place on planet Earth to any other place in less than an hour. To deliver Wi-Fi from space where you never need a cell tower to connect. To deliver energy from space where you never have to plug your phone in and it trickle charges and you can use that energy over time. It can be applied to cars, to houses.
We must put America first. This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything. What is left?
Oh fuck, he's
we invented
falling on the
everything.
ground.
And now it's AI. We invented everything. Does anyone have any?
I thought Wakanda in a minute. Okay. So, Max Planck, not Albert Einstein, though Einstein did expand on it and make a lot of incredible discoveries. I want to take it away from him. And Einstein, by the way, talked about this. That's why he said, I don't know what war World War III will be fought with. I don't know what weapon World War III will be fought with because he knew how advanced stuff was. But he said, I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. So Max Planck in the early 1890s created theoretical physics equations for using uranium and plutonium to create atomic bombs. So,
what the hell? There's just some guy back in the spawn to shoot him.
Physicists that actually built it. Well, you see the attacks on Jews, like, the evil thing they did was create atomic and hydrogen bombs. Well, I guess they did, but the Germans put that in. It doesn't matter, it's humans. It's us. I just call it like I see it. But equations from 1892 by 1944 created atomic bombs, and a few years later hydrogen bombs. Equations are now.
Man, what kind of fucking bullshit is this, man?
But I can read the papers. They've had all this zero-point energy stuff for 60, 70 years on the drawing board. They've invented it all. And China launches giant artificial suns in the sky. People don't even know what they're looking at. But why now do we see this rollout? So Ashton Forbes, I'm trying to give him the floor here. Just a long 10-minute intro I just did. He's so smart. And I've been watching this stuff for years and years. He told me how many years. I mean, it's got to be 5, 6. I mean, when did MH370 disappear? Scientists trying to defect to China, and the U.S. is like, well, this is all been authenticated. This happened. But regardless, as I've watched a lot of the stuff, he and his sources predicted we'd start seeing disclosure years ago. And we're seeing exactly what he said. So I thought he was credible then. We should have had him on earlier. But now he's ultra credible. Find him on Twitter at JustXAshton on YouTube.com/@JustXAshton. Ashton Forbes, thank you so much. There's so many places to go. Don't pause or, I love to talk. I'd love for you to just run here for the time we've got. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, will do. Thanks for having me on. Right off the bat, biggest revelation since we spoke in December of 2023 is that of the 2 videos, the MH370 videos, one of them was called satellite video, and we've been assuming that this was taken by satellites. Turns out it's actually something called Gorgon Stare Wide Area Motion Imagery. It's actually a software system that is recorded from drones flying up above. So, for example, I've got my Malaysian Airlines plane right here. That right there is the
Dude, why can't I fucking pick up ammo, bro?
Circling around, taking pictures.
I'm fucking 20 and 2 and I can't fucking pick up ammo.
Google Earth video playback. Now, this was 11 years ago that they had that capability, so it's probably a lot more advanced right now, but that's so important because that's the only proof that we need. We can literally just force the government to admit that that's Gorgon Stare Wide Area Motion Imagery.
And remember, not everybody's up on this like you are, so here I'm interrupting. So this is 11 years ago now, but how long have you been exposing it? And you've been totally vindicated. And just slow down here. You just surmised it was satellite. They always thought that. But now they admit they've got these drones up at high levels constantly. Please continue.
So I've been researching this since August of 2023. The plane disappeared in 2014. The video, our professors, we haven't been getting.
Oh, I totally agree. They have control of the police in the
Powered by ultimate burn, he hits the street, running through the city with fire.
Poland and Romania told the latest U.S. prioritizes deliveries of Patriot missiles to Ukraine. Continuing here, I mean, this news is so big, but we have a normalcy bias myself as we sleepwalk on the threat escalation ladder into total war and possible thermonuclear Armageddon. Checking on about 5 minutes before, and my lawyer was on the phone with Rob Dewitt, and they called me over. And I'm not mad, but I got distracted. And I left right there on the bathroom door my stack of Russia-Poland news and all that highlighted. But you have the Polish Prime Minister saying that this is an act of war, NATO to come in. You have Zelensky obvious provocation for this.
I need the fucking medic!
NATO engages Russia for the first time. And so people are like, who cares about this? You know, it's over there. It's 5,000, 6,000 miles away. Who cares? Well, those Russian sea-launched missiles are 3 minutes away from all our major cities. So this is the most dangerous point in world history.
The bottom line on nuclear weapons is that when the president gives the order, it must be followed. There's about 4 minutes between the order being given and the people responsible for launching nuclear weapons to do so. As president, I will make it clear that the United States will treat cyber attacks just like any other attack. We will be ready with serious political, economic, and military responses.
They're voting for peace on planet Earth if they vote for Trump. But if they vote for Hillary, it's war.
We came, we saw, we died.
What? How did he fucking
With her, you'll end up in World War III.
I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran.
Right now, Senator, for us to control all of the airspace in Syria would require us to go to war against Syria and Russia.
The U.S. military has just raised the threat level to DEFCON 2. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton is still threatening Russia with military action following unconfirmed reports of further hacking. It's like she's not even concerned about the repercussions.
Of course not. All right, looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll try to get Leanne back on in a few minutes.
When the president gives the order, it must be followed.
Zach, this is Crystal Compass. Iran has declared DEFCON 3. Scramble over aircraft. I repeat, scramble over aircraft.
The Whopper spends all its time thinking about World War III.
Target selection complete. Time on target sequence complete.
22 Typhoon-class submarines departing Petropavlovsk, turning southbound to North Cap, bearing 095 degrees.
Radar reports 2 unknown tracks are penetrating the Alaskan air defense zone.
From the front lines of the information war,
Flush the bombers, get the subs in launch mode. We are at DEFCON 1.
Are you prepared to destroy the enemy?
You bet.
defending the Republic from enemies, foreign and domestic.
Oh,
we'll keep control.
dude, a teammate was just there, man. Pretty sure it didn't die.
Impact.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear?
Live from the Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones.
All units confirm weapons targeted and ready. Awaiting launch codes. We are in launch mode.
Do you really believe the enemy would attack without provocation?
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
We're in.
Russia we have a Soviet submarine launch detection.
I wish I didn't know about any of this. I wish I was like everybody else.
It was the first explosion inside a NATO country linked to the war in Ukraine. The missile that landed last night in Poland and killed 2 of its citizens sparked emergency meetings at NATO, the world's leading democracy, as well as multiple phone calls by President Biden and senior U.S. officials. Today, initial findings suggest that it was an errant Ukrainian air defense missile, not a Russian missile. To discuss this, I'm joined by our Nick Schifrin. Hello, Nick. I know you've been reporting on this since the news first broke. What is known at this point about this explosion?
The investigation is being led by Polish authorities, aided by the U.S. And today, President Andrzej Duda of Poland said it was, quote, highly probable the Ukrainian air defense missile landed in Poland. We heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as well, who said the explosion was, quote, likely caused by the Ukrainian missile. And this afternoon, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin echoed this.
Our information supports what President Duda said earlier with his primary assessment was that this was most likely,
Oh my God.
a result of Ukrainian air defense missile.
And this is the aftermath of that missile. What we're talking about here are Ukrainian missiles that they're using to shoot down incoming Russian missiles. What Ukraine uses to defend itself. Yesterday, Russia launched 100 strikes across Ukraine. That is the largest salvo of the war. But here's the thing, Ukraine is not on the same page tonight. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky said that his military told him that it wasn't them.
I have no reason to doubt the evening report by the Commander of the Air Force, delivered to me personally, as well as to Commander-in-Chief Zaluzhny. I have no doubt that it was not our missile.
So that is a bit of a disconnect, Judy, between the U.S. and Ukraine. But U.S. officials are increasingly confident in their initial assessment based on things like the investigators, U.S. and Polish, on the ground, based on things like radar, heat tracking, and some intercepted communication. So despite the disconnect, it does seem like this crisis is over. But it was a crisis. The G7 leaders who were meeting in Mali met an emergency meeting. NATO met an unscheduled meeting, and President Biden and his top aides huddled. They woke up in the middle of the night. That is Jake Sullivan.
And they've done it again, as I predicted hundreds of times in the last 2 years. I predicted this last week. It is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. Now, notice, no one else is going to remind you that almost 2 years ago, Ukraine fired multiple missiles into Poland.
I'm fucking hit!
And killed people. The Poles were able to shoot them down so they didn't fully detonate. They had the tail numbers on them. So it later came out 100% staged. And Zelensky said, I want a full invasion. I want NATO here. I want to join. I want Article 5. I want to go to war with Russia and give me nuclear weapons. That's now almost 3 years ago, 2022. So now I have been saying that they are going to either hijack or jam Russian drones and bring them in to attack Poland. I specifically have said Poland for a lot of research and reasons. It'll take an hour to get into it.
Holy
That are remaining. Those are the key detonator points.
in a fucking corner.
And I have specifically said that they, NATO, using a subcontractor, I guarantee you, just like Operation Spiderweb, will smuggle drones into Russia or Belarus and then launch them into Poland. Now, one day before the unelected dictator of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, is set to announce total militarization of Europe, drafts for all the countries, drafting women, conscription, press gang, we'll get to that. Magically, this happens right as Trump is setting up another meeting with Putin in the next week. This is absolute false flag sabotage, 100%. I specifically predicted it all, but it gets more. Poland's ex-president, Duda, is pro-Poland, but an anti-globalist. They did a bunch of election fraud to remove him.
It's so fake.
And put the former deputy head of NATO and globalist and EU unelected commission member in. Duda warned 7 days before the attack.
So I'm always the person to get killed.
That they're getting ready to launch another provocation into air, like the missile attack of 2022, almost 3 years ago. What to know is Poland invokes NATO Article 4, citing Russian drone violation, which is like their DEFCON up to Article 5. And then they attack Russia. You have the EU Commission and NATO a year ago saying that they're thinking about a first strike. Preemptive sneak attack on Russia. That's meant to bring the Russian forces right up to DEFCON 2. Last week, former Polish president Duda referenced a November 2022 incident in which Ukrainian missiles landed on Polish territory. Kiev insisted it was an international Russian attack and called for a NATO-level retaliation. Duda said Ukrainian authorities were trying to get the U.S. to block into a direct confrontation. Russia describing the scenario as Kiev, but unacceptable for Poland. And he went on, I've got the articles here to warn, more of this is coming. This was as predictable as the sun rising in the morning. And have the archivist. In the last 6 months, I mean, I've probably said it, the scenario about 100 times at least. All of you have heard it, so you're sick of hearing it. I haven't seen comments and things. Oh, we're sick of hearing about Russia. It's boring. Well, it'll be real boring if we go to full war. If we go Russians say this is the most dangerous point in world history on the threat escalation ladder. She's calling for a new world order based on power. Ursula von der Leyen, there is simply no room or no time for nostalgia. Battle lines for the new world order based on power are being drawn right now. Yep. The EU has the highest taxes on inflation, childbirth. They have the most debt. They are the worst of any industrialized sector. And all their defense ministers and all their finance ministers for 3 years have been saying, we're going to beat Russia, we're going to 20-year war, and stay conventional, and we'll break
Ooh, let's fucking go.
We have the battle line for a new world order based on power. Being drawn right now. So yes, Europe must fight for its place in a world in which many major powers are either
Oh
or
my fucking God,
Europe.
let's go.
She's talking about America not wanting to go to war with Russia when NATO on record for 16 years has been picking a fight with the Russians and moving weapons up to their border, and then the CIA set up before Trump got in. That's come out. Operation Spiderweb to smuggle hundreds of drones as far as 4,000 miles away on the Pacific coast and to blow up part of their strategic triad, nuclear triad.
And I love that I'm
big bear
streaming
bombers.
because I don't have to worry about theater mode.
Ursula von der Leyen. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. New world order based on power. Europe must fight. A new Europe must emerge. A new Führer just born. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. You cannot make up the psychotic Satanism of this. Now, I have the world leaders in NATO and Europe all saying, including the current Polish globalist president, that this is an act of war, that they are the closest to war that they've ever been. The first time NATO member has fired in the Ukraine war.
You'd think that it would be horrible, and then it would just be like a clusterfuck where nothing makes sense.
Current
But for some
Polish
reason,
president says this is the closest we've been to total war since World War II. So dangerous. Poland's ex-president Duda exposes how Ukraine tries to pull allies into war. That's the former president. Poland asked NATO to invoke Article 4. Prepare for full defense and attack. And to bring more NATO forces in. Kremlin responds to Polish drone attack claims, says, show us proof, which they've not done. Moscow has dismissed Poland's latest claim that Russian drones reached the country's airspace. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said no evidence has been provided linking the UAVs to Russia. So they're going with it. There's no false flag. On Wednesday, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk told Poland saying that the country's military had shot down a huge number of Russian drones. Warsaw has described the incident as an unprecedented violation of Polish airspace and an act of Russia. However, Peskov has dismissed the accusations, pointing out EU and NATO leadership in Russia provocation on a daily basis. Those calls without even trying to provide any argument. Can you feel the danger? I sure can. Let's play Ursula von der Leyen. Now remember, the Treaty of London, 1947, the same year, they set up all the globalist organizations. And they made a steel compact deal. And then the Treaty of Rome, it began to get down to Germany over 1957. It wasn't until 1999 that they said, hey, the unelected commission runs all the countries, and even if you don't want to vote to enter us, you must. And then we just kill any politician or leader that spoke out or put them in prison. Hell, they just killed a whole bunch of AFD people last week that were in the league. They just all died. 4 people in 2 days. Now more have died. They shot the Slovakian president 4 times. He survived a few years ago. They canceled elections in Romania, arrest the winners, arrest Le Pen when she's 10 points ahead, Marie Le Pen. back up. Poland, closest to open conflict with World War II, Prime Minister said. So, and so the president. The president said the closest to total war since World War II. And Zelensky is running around like a mad dog with rabies, saying, bring in NATO, bring it in, we're joining. Even if we don't call that officially, Article 5. Oh, sorry. It was 4 last week, and it was 5 this week. I'm sorry. Now 7 AFP candidates in the lead are dead. Ursula von der Leyen is unelected. Who was her predecessor? Heir to most of the Nazi wealth. You cannot make this stuff up. So all you people out there that think Hitler's Hugo Boss uniform is so cool, and because Hitler opposed a bunch of Western degeneracy things as his reason to go to power, because the public was rejecting leftist garbage, which I agree with. Hitler came up with the one-world dictatorship plan. They're going to put Edward VIII, who was German, on the throne. He was in Germany in World War II and escaped into Spain. They were going to put him at the head of the unelected EU. Well, they just put his cousins there. You know all those people on the commission are royals, right? Royals are back, baby! And my point is, this is why people that don't have history or think one-dimensionally, they go, well, if a lot of stuff the left and, leftist organizations is doing is bad, anti-Western, anti-Christian, which it is, I oppose it, so then Hitler must be good. No, you're now seeing the ghost of Hitler about to take us to war with Russia again. This is completely insane! Literally, the ghost of Adolf Hitler is about to blow the planet up. Damn him! We need defensive support with the most objective. And damn British intelligence that put him in power. That's all on record can. Work for them. It's classified. They helped cycle them up because they wanted a nationalist party that would rebuild so they could knock them down again. That is the Milner Grill plan, if you mind. Look it up. See, I know a little too much. And I know, again, this is absolute madness. Napoleon's plan to prop up Europe was to steal the resources of Russia. How'd that work out? Adolf Hitler's plan was that. How'd that work out?
Fucking cover me, man.
Russia, with all its hypersonic Mach 15 missiles, with MIRV, and we can't stop it.
Oh shit.
And let's go start a fight with the biggest nuclear power in the world. That. And yet, the Pentagon's got a whole bunch of crazy stuff. So do the Russians, folks. I mean, the weapons now make half a bomb look like ticket toys. It doesn't matter. You start using this stuff, everybody's dead. So, humans have a lot of power now, but we are still the same dumb devils at one level.
Holy fuck, dude.
So, I am absolutely disgusted and horrified. I have predicted every bit of this escalation, because all the major military think tanks and war games have. I'm telling you policy. I'm telling you known facts how this works. I'm telling you war-gamed reality. That's why 2.5 years ago,
this one? Or whatever?
that goes up the ladder, then they escalate, then we escalate, and that runs for World War III. Heck, pull that clip up. Well, we passed that a long time ago. Hell, we got the CIA and NATO smuggling hundreds of drones into Russia, blowing up their airfields with nuke bombers, and blowing up their journalists with bombs and everything else. I mean, and daily drones flying into hotels, blowing up, trying to piss piss the Russians off. The Russians should just have a footnote in the news. Oh, we got hit by 25 drones last night. Okay, the Russians like, okay. But now this. And notice the Russian foreign spokesman said, foreign minister spokesman said, proves the drones were ours. And what have I said at least 100+ times the last 6 months? 7, 8 months since Trump got it. I said, how do we know they don't smell the drones before they launched Operation Spiderweb? Because I can think like the enemy, like what's the best plan about them? I'd smuggle drones in. I wouldn't send them over too long a distance because it'll be obvious and then give NATO time to shoot them down because the pilots and commanders don't know. They'll see a bunch of drones coming to go shoot them down. You really want to hit targets, so you smuggle them into Belarus. There's a huge border, it's mainly farming. You then assemble them on the Polish-Belarus border, and you fire 50 drones in. Going frag! And almost all of them flying at 100 feet hit their targets. And then you show the radar telemetry that it came out of Belarus. Now, these are saying came out of Western Russia over by the border with Turkey. And the Russians are like, why the hell would we send drones directly at, because if you look at the tracks, they haven't released all the data yet, but they're claiming, I mean, it is bigger than Dallas swinging their weenie around in front of everybody at church, obviously. Why would remember they said Russia blew up its own pipeline. And then, of course, ours. So, unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is just over the top dangerous. You better be praying to Jesus. I mean, I'm going to say a prayer during this break. I mean, you better get on your knees, baby, because literally saying, we fight total war with Russia.
To join our regularly scheduled program after these messages.
I saw this a few weeks ago. We got it done. That young girl that is the return of the British queen that fought the Romans, Boudica. Look at this. The West awakens. Look at this badass shirt, ladies and gentlemen. It's got a red InfoWars over the heart on the left, and then it's got her on the back. I think it's amazing. West awakens 2025. This is a badass shirt, and it literally funds people totally committed to freedom. Then we've got Virtue Signal, and it's the Cracker Barrel symbol right there that we updated there. So we got that. We've also got another, the West Awakens with the hatchet and the butcher out here, ladies and gentlemen. Get them now at thealexshowstore.com. But what you really want is the Ultramethylene Blue, the Shilajit, the Irish Sea Moss, all of it, massively discounted. 25% off across the store, apparel, all of it. We've got a buy one bottle already discounted, the Shilajit, the Tommy Defense News. Get another bottle half off. The point is, we got war bonds. It's a nice little piece of art you get with my face on it. You get $110 for $100. Spell the US promo code on it. The site. Everybody that becomes a VIP, $3 a month, something Amazon Prime. You get $40 to spend each month. Why would you pay that? Cancel time. Special deal, special offers. I need your support. Wars aren't cheap. So, what do good salesmen do? They sell their products. You are insane if you don't get our monthly blue. You are crazy if you don't get our Ultimate Life Force Blood Detox. It's all there at thealexshowstore.com. Take action now and get these new limited edition shirts like the F-Pro. Find out.
Now, back to our program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the big question that I pose to start the broadcast is, will Trump take the bait on this? Will Trump not remember or ever even known that Ukraine's dictator got caught staging a false flag in November 2022, launching missiles into Poland? And the former president was president then. Warned 7 days ago that they were getting ready to do this again. Well, here's what Trump said on Truth Social. God help us. quote from President Trump, what's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. Meaning to total war. Right as the unelected EU dictator was set tomorrow, and just a precursor speech is downright Hitlerian.
Holy fuck, they're all here. Got killed by the jet.
Ursula von der Leyen, unelected. New world order based on power.
I don't think there's anything.
Europe must fight. New Europe must emerge. A new Führer just born. Sitting in the unelected EU Commission, envisioned by Adolf Alois Hitler. The damn EU is a Nazi totalitarian project. And people are so sick of Hollywood movies, the Nazis this, the Nazis that. They don't understand why the Nazis were really bad. They wanted global domination. They had their plans against the British Empire's plans. That's mainline history. But with PhD level, though, you don't get that on this history channel. He wanted to covertly put poisons in the food and water of subhuman populations and enslave them and slowly kill them. And his scientists got all their ideas from the U.S. eugenicists and the British eugenicists.
Oh,
Defense
shit.
at Nuremberg. Look it up. Nazi defense at Nuremberg was Margaret Sanger.
Oh,
the Nazis were another competing evil. See, the globalists that we have here and the ADL and all of it is an evil. Netanyahu is an evil. Need a fucking medic. But the Chi-Coms are the big giant evil that double-crossed the globalists and took all their ideas. So these devils are all fighting with each other. And whether you're in Israel, or whether you're in China, or whether you're in Germany, or whether you're in Russia, or whether you're in Ukraine, or Poland, or America, the people are good on average. Our enemy is not the Russians, or the Chinese, or people in Israel, or the people in Palestine, or the people in Canada, or the people in Mexico. Our enemy is the evil, corrupt governments and cartels and systems of totalitarianism that are competing megalomaniac systems. So we must culturally, economically, spiritually, historically, economically, every level, fight this and promote true renaissance and freedom and true Christianity. That creates success. It's the only way. We're not going to kill ourselves and blow ourselves up. And it's not a defense of Peter Thiel to actually quote what he's actually said. I'm just extremely irritated by people that go, why is he talking about the Antichrist all day? Why is he talking about, the Paul and his writings in the New Testament? Well, because he was raised an evangelical Christian, a super hardcore Bible thumpers, if you want to use that term the left uses. He's been obsessed with it and went to college for it and all the rest of it. They're like, he suddenly is involved in all this AI stuff and he's into this now. What he's telling us he's the Antichrist. No, he's explaining the philosophy that even if you don't believe in God, there's whole philosophies on this. That only Christianity is going to stop us from killing ourselves. And that's what his series is about, that he's about to give. So people say, oh, Elon Musk says have kids and stop depopulation and all the rest of it.
Oh, no.
And he's calling out world government. There is a different action in the power structure. And that's why it's so fashionable to talk about Palantir. Is because it's little tech trying to come in, and Trump's trying to bring it in, and people don't understand all this. And that's another great danger as well, because you can't use the Ring of Mordor ever for good in the end. It always turns bad. I want people to actually understand what's going on. Everyone takes the lead of the New York Times and Washington Post, hammering Palantir when Trump came in, knowing they were about to get big contracts and start supplanting Microsoft and Amazon, which both are the main AI defense spy grid systems. And so that whole fight, that whole discussion, discussion is because of this group coming in. And I'm not passing judgment on that. I'm simply saying why you wonder why every talk show host, especially the right, just goes Palantir like a puppet, like a parrot. Because I'm trying to give you the full spectrum understanding. Because I actually study. And so none of it is going to end good. The argument is, though, oh, the Chaikovs have this, we better do it. See, the race is on. The arms race is on. The gold rush is on. It's happening. So now we're going to have a debate about this, and we don't actually debate who the factors are, Instead of, the only thing in the universe is Palantir, when it's still not even 10% of the AI tech defense department budget. You're never supposed to talk about Microsoft, and Oracle, Amazon. We're talking about it all. I say let's spend 20% of our time, we talk about human trafficking, on Epstein, but let's spend 80% on the 500,000 kids they admit they disappeared. Now they've saved a bunch. They found some dead, pedophilia rings. I'm just simply saying how I operate. I look at things and I say, I'm not going to cover Gaza when I cover military news 90% of the time like everybody else does, because that's the cost celeb thing. 60,000 dead. It's terrible. I cover it all the time. Say it's terrible. Genocide, all of it. I spend, when I talk about military stuff, 60-70% of my time on Ukraine, because it's the biggest, most dangerous thing. And then I cover Nepal, and I cover Taiwan, and I cover Vietnam, and I cover the Mexican drug cartels, and I cover the Navy and the Marines, with Hegseth getting off the Osprey yesterday saying, this isn't a drill, get ready for war. I mean, it's going down, folks. So you gotta ask yourself, why do you only know about Israel? Why do you only know about Palantir? Why do all the other talk show hosts only talk about that? Because the corporate media set the agenda to focus only on that. I look at it and say, how big is it? How much power has it got? Okay, it's got less than 10% over here, I'll cover it a lot. But I'm gonna cover this here. Ooh, that's why they want me off the air. Because they don't want people to get the big picture.
Hostile forces are winning. We need to counter.
Now, folks, I'm digressing on that. You don't need me to pull the archive up. You've all heard it till your ears bled. I specifically said the number one thing they'll do is launch drones that they've smuggled into Belarus or Russia before they launch Operation Spiderweb and smuggle them in, or before that was known. That's what I would do if I was them, if I was evil. I'm working. I say all this. Or they could do the missile thing into the country again, but the radar showed it came out. Ukraine in November 2022. Air defenses shot them down. They still killed some people, but they had the tail numbers left. You know, when a missile actually hits its full target, there's nothing left. But if it gets shot down, big pieces of it come out. So that's the number one thing I said. Next is missiles shot out of Ukraine, and they'll still claim it and try to get NATO to the floor of Russia. And I said after that,
We are attacking objective Bravo.
they'll blow up the nuclear, the big superpower in the world, the Russians control in eastern Ukraine. They're going to try to blow it once. Prediction. That's next. A nuclear false flag. Or they might just detonate a nuke in somewhere in Ukraine and claim the Russians did it, and go, oh, the isotopes show it's Russians. Because they know, what countries, now they develop them, but you can easily fake one of those. Or they can knock the power out. They've been pre-programming that and say the Russians did it in Europe or here or both. They do big cyber attacks. They've been pre-programming that. But regardless, I'm going to play these clips of Ursula von der Leyen saying the world's being redrawn. There's a new world order. Europe must stay pertinent. Europe must stay important. America has abandoned us, so we must fully militarize and fight Russia and go to total war, which their ministers, both defense and economic, have been saying for several years is their business plan, which I've harped on, and our deputy head of the commission 3-4 months ago said the same thing. A 20-30-year war, conventional, the Russians will never use nukes, and we will then bankrupt Russia and break them in 5 parts, and Europe will take over its resources. The most rich resource country in the world by far. The Russians have everything but uranium. And they haven't even prospected most of the ginormous country. So they got it all. So Poland has invoked Article 4, getting on a total war footing, calling for NATO support. Zelensky is calling for NATO to fully invade, which is what Russia always said was the line of the sand. And Trump has taken the bait, put it unverified, and believed the globalist puppet president they put in last year with an election that was so they warned they would do. And he warned they would do a false flag. Watch with the Russians violating Poland's airspace with drones. Here we go, meaning war. With van der Leyen ahead of tomorrow's big speech.
We are targeting objective Bravo.
Von der Leyen to focus on EU militarization in State of the Union address. And then the day after, this happened. So let's go to it.
Wow, I just get one
Let's play
shot
clip
by
2,
shot
3, and
from
4
that
just back to
fucking
back.
car.
Ursula von der Leyen, there is simply no room or time for nostalgia. Meaning peace. Last 80 years. Battle lines for the new world order based on power are being drawn right now. Remember, to stay pertinent, all they got left is war. Holding a gun to our head. I remember decades ago, it happened a lot. France would try to vote to get out of the EU, Germany would, others, and they would have the head of the EU unelected commission, Van Rompuy and others, they'd say, if you do that, there will be war with Russia. Meaning they'll start one. Oh, you want to leave?
Charlie.
We go to war to make you behave yourself. All 7 AFD members in the lead have now died conveniently. They fall out of windows, they drop dead, they are car wrecks, they are shot, killed. In just the last week now, it's 7 dead. Next week it will be 20, and then 50. And we will say it's a conspiracy theory. And if you win elections in other countries, we will just arrest you. It will be quite easy to live in the deeper mine shafts. There will be a nostalgia for those who did not survive, and there will be a prodigious breeding program of military and other leaders. Of course, will have to be part of the survivors, and there'll be a ratio of 3 women to each man. Of course, they will have to be selected for the stimulated qualities because there will be much and little to do. And of course, animals will have to be bred and slaughtered. You know, Dr. Strangelove is all based on real people, Curtis LeMay, real crazy German scientists, all that stuff. They actually tried to sell the plan to strike Russia first. And, yeah, we'll kill half the U.S., but we'll reemerge and we'll beat the Russians and we'll have a new world. Well, that's a movie. This is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. This is about power. If we are to remain president, we should be prepared for total war. She says in a $3,000 suit. And she's got her jet fuel, her bunker ready. Meanwhile, Paris is on fire. Nepal's on fire. Rebellions everywhere. The world resources have been cut off since COVID. The angrier world Klaus Schwab talked about. We are on the brink, she said, if not even at the start of another global health crisis. Oh, we gotta take our shots. And then because she wants to look liberal, tries to start a nuclear war, she then attacks Israel and says they are engaged in genocide and starving people as a weapon of war. And again, it's not even about Israel not doing bad things. It's just like this virtue signal. See, you hear about Greta Thunberg is the mouth of the EU. We love the Muslims. Bring them into Europe. Stab us. Kill us. We love it. Crush our own people. Start wars with Russia. Let them eat cake. Normalcy bias. We're collapsing. We're in debt. The Russians are winning. Well, we simply we launch our drones in and say they did it, and we got to war with them. Drag out! Well, all the generals say it'll cause another war. There's too many people. She said that like 3 months ago. We need to depopulate the earth. It needs to be done. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
Control of the fight.
I can hold!
We need attack support on the marked objective.
Doctor, is it really possible?
We now control more
Create such a
objectives.
doomsday machine.
Secure
Of course it is. All you do is connect a large group of hydrogen bombs, jacketed in isotopes to create deadly radiation, including a large complex of computers. And then all one needs to do is announce the plan, and then there will be no more war, because if any nuclear weapon ever detonates, it detonates, and then that is the end of all life on Earth. But of course you must announce it for to have the decided. The Russian minister says it was be to announce next month party conference. And this is a metaphor for where we are. Mutually assured destruction. Red alert! Red alert! And people have such normalcy bias, they're like, it's not gonna happen. Until it does.
Of course, I shoot and it doesn't fucking hit him.
I can tell you on Wednesday, September 10, 2025, I am 100% the
Fucking
most concerned I've ever been. And with these announcements, the way this is going, as they said, even the Russians rolled over, they're not going to let them. They're just doing it. It's why Europe just always loves to go commit suicide in Russia.
Oh, I can't, man. I can't with this team.
And that's what we get having unelected dictators like Ursula von der Leyen running around trying to censor America and come after Elon Musk, all of it. Elon Musk, people like him represent sane people that are pro-human and want to go to the stars and don't want to blow everything up. Like the Charlton Heston character in Planet of the Apes. GD, you all to hell. You blew it all to hell, you murderers. Hold on. I want to go out to break that. But let me just end this hour with Ursula von der Leyen. I've been quoting her. Watch it for yourself. This is literally
I can't fucking deal with this crap right now, man. Fucking shit.
This summer showed us that there's simply no room or no time for nostalgia. Battle lines for a new world order based on power are being drawn right now. So yes, Europe must fight for its place in the world.
Blue, we're right.
It's all insanely important. But I also want to take your calls on NATO, the dictator van der Leyen, total war, we must stay pertinent. We are already in a war. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. The globalist puppet president they put in Poland that we predicted would do this. The Russians saying, prove those drones were ours.
What the fuck is going on?
Trump saying, oh, look, Russia did it. Oh, here we go. I want to take calls for former military that worked in Europe during the
Can you
Cold
just
War,
make the Superman movie?
nuclear systems.
Yeah, and he's basically was.
If
supposed to,
you're
like, hold the
a
entire
think tank, Rand
universe.
Corporation, or Army War College, Air Force Advanced Warfare College, all that, if you specifically have firsthand expertise and gravitas, I'm always impressed when we ask this. We get incredible callers. I study this constantly, but you can bring a lot more knowledge to it from being hands-on. Am I exaggerating? And of course, I know what you're going to say. No, it's worse than I'm saying. I know. There's not words to describe this. But you can then add, what do you think we need to de-escalate this? Obviously, we need to get information to Trump. Now, I'm not going to be here. I'll be here tomorrow. Not going to be here the next few days. And everything's coming to a head. I've been meeting with a lot of people in certain areas on the East Coast and the West Coast. This is all coming to a head. And I have been summoned. I have summoned you here for a purpose. Nobody summons Megatron. Then it pleases me to be the first. These are my commands. So, I can just tell you, there's a lot of stuff going on. And this is the real world. And a lot of people are getting ready to evacuate to the southern hemisphere. I can tell you a lot of elites have already evacuated their families to the southern hemisphere. And they don't just have these big yachts for no reason. They don't trust those countries. But the evacuations have begun. Yeah. And you can put that in the bank. That in some type of RFK or JFK Jr. is going to say with BS.
It was the first explosion inside a NATO country linked to the war in Ukraine. A missile that landed last night in Poland and killed 2 of its citizens sparked emergency meetings of NATO, the world's leading democracy, as well as multiple phone calls by President Biden and senior U.S. officials. Today, initial findings suggest that it was an errant Ukrainian air defense missile and not a Russian missile. To discuss this, I'm joined by our Nick Shipper. Hello, Nick. I know you've been reporting on this since the news first broke. What is known at this point about this explosion?
The investigation is being led by Polish authorities, aided by the U.S. And today, President Andrzej Duda of Poland said it was, quote, highly probable the Ukrainian air defense missile landed in Poland. We heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as well, who said the explosion was, quote, likely caused by a Ukrainian missile. And this afternoon, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin echoed those assessments.
Our information supports what President Duda said earlier in his preliminary assessment, was that this was most likely a result of Ukrainian air defense missile.
And this is the aftermath of that missile. What we're talking about here are Ukrainian missiles that they're using to shoot down incoming Russian missiles, what Ukraine uses to defend itself. Yesterday, Russia launched 100 strikes across Ukraine. That is the largest salvo of the war. But here's the thing, Ukraine is not on the same page tonight. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that his military told him that it wasn't them.
I have no reason to doubt the agent report by the commander of the Air Force.
Just fucking triggered the Claymore, man.
Ukraine didn't later came out and launched 1, but 2 missiles into Poland. The Poles shot them down. They didn't fully detonate, so they got the kill numbers. And Zelensky still said, no, Russia do it. We need NATO to attack. And then the cover story later was, oh, we absolutely do it. We'll stop Russia. And then you have the former Polish president who was there when this happened. They kicked him out a year ago, Brady. They lost his room. And he said a week ago, they're getting ready to do it. And he said, today looks like this is staged. And the Russians have said, okay, if these drones did this, prove they're ours. Why the hell would we attack Poland and bring NATO in? We went into Ukraine because NATO's coming in there and we want to stop. We want a deal. You stop encircling us and stop going to war with us. The West started this. We have Marie Zakaria with George Soros 7 years ago bragging about it. We have Victoria Nuland in Congress 3 years ago bragging about it. We have the tapes of her released. They are starting the fight with the Russians, period. And now we have Ursula von der Leyen, the unelected EU dictator. Through trade deals since the late 40s, they got Europe to sign away its rights piece by piece. And now the EU Commission says, if AFD gets elected, we'll just cancel the election. They cancel elections in Romania all over the place. They kill other leaders, try to kill them. Fico, the leader of Slovakia. Now 7 AFD regional candidates in the lead have all died in a week. It was 4 a few days ago. The EU is suing U.S. companies, suing X, trying to shut down X, just like the Brazilian tyrants and communists. People say, I don't care about Europe. Well, you better care about it because it cares about you. And the demographics, the money, the deficit, the debt is the worst of any industrialized bloc. Europe's in the worst trouble, then China.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Then Canada.
Holy shit.
Then Australia. Then New Zealand. And then the United States. And Japan's in trouble too. They've been in it forever. So, I've read the reports. I've played many times. You hear me every day say, the EU says their business plan is a war with Russia. And they're going to break Russia up. They're going to win a war with Russia. Totally insane. No chance. Drag out! They said when they started this, 16 years ago, they said, we'll throw Putin out by starting a war with him, and he'll be unpopular in Russia. They've been saying for 3.5 years this is intensified. Oh, this will cause the Russians to overthrow Putin. They've done international independent polls. He had about 75% approval rating overall the last 20-something years he's been in and out of power. Like Netanyahu. President for a while, not president. Yev's in, he's back. Putin's pushing 90% now. And he's very restrained. You get rid of Putin. The Russian people are like sick of it. They want war. Because they're in a war. All right, we now control Bravo. So, this is beyond insane.
These fucking guys are so gay.
We need to remain pertinent. The new power structure is being drawn. We need to be ready to fight. War. Total military mobilization. And this is her speech today. Tomorrow, she had this plan for weeks, is the big speech. Quote, Russians attack
Wait,
Poland.
what?
I'm bleeding out, medic!
Why would the Russians shoot a bunch of drones?
Just randomly getting shot.
The Russians have said, prove they're ours.
Dude, is our team bad?
We didn't do that. And what did I say? I was just looking for it. I said, if I was them, I said Belarus. They said he's from Russia. Western Russia, right over the border from Turkey. If I was a globalist, I would, just like they did with Operation Spiderweb, before that happened. Smuggling a bunch of drones into Russia, attacking their air bases,
me, you
their
fucking
nuclear
piece of
forces.
shit.
If I was the globalist, the northern group of NATO that wants the war to continue, the coalition of the world,
medic!
I would smuggle, because it's a long border of white Russia, Belarus. Literally, because
Nice,
that's
dude.
blue-eyed Russians. They still got the white Russians up there. The Viking
Hello.
Russians. It's basically farming. Soviets and forest. You just smuggle drones over, launch them out of Belarus, but instead they come way out of, here's Belarus, here's Western Russia, here's Ukraine. They come out of here, they're saying, attacking Poland? Where's the motive for the Russians to do that? Why would they want to draw in NATO? They're trying to get a deal and stop NATO expansion.
Attention! Objective Delta has fallen to the enemy.
Van der Leyen. Those Imperial armies. We must enter the age of the Imperial army.
Let's strike back.
We are the new empire. We will crush the Russian Federation. Poland has called for NATO assistance and escalating to Article 5 full war, invoking Article 4. The threat escalation ladder only has a few more, and Zelensky says, I want, to van der Leyen, the other dictator, I want the EU army, and they got 250,000 men ready, and women. They've conscripted women in now 4 nations. March into the Russian meat grinder, and then, oh my God, we were firing missiles at the Russians and attacking them with howitzers, and they shot back. Article 5 full war, yeah! It's time to fight! It's time for Armageddon! Woo! Article 4 is generally considered a starting point for major NATO operations, and therefore is intended for either emergencies or situations of urgency. It officially calls for consultation of military matters, territorial integrity, political independence, the security of any of the parties is threatened. So it's a mobilization, and they say it's a mobilization. Zelensky's like, war, send in troops, fight the Russians, let's go, let's go, let's go. Grab your coat and let's start walking. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. A little less talk, a little more action, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's have a nuclear war. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Remember what Biden said 2 years ago? We can't give them F-16s or tanks. That's World War III on the escalation line. But we're way past that, sweethearts. Play a clip of Biden, and then I'm going to give the number.
Let's go the sniper on the fucking roof there. Put the fucking RPG.
Going in. American pilots and American persons. Just understand. Don't kid yourself, no matter what y'all say. That's called World War III. Today, I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine.
I've done some dumb things, and I'll do dumb things again.
How many times did I say it? As soon as the archivist has it, nothing is archivist. Archivist is great. I want specific ones where I said they'll do false flag drone attacks in Russia. And blame Russia. Russia is basically saying, prove it's us. Isn't us. We didn't do that. See, they don't. I would think Belarus is closer and easier, but see, if you've got that heavily militarized border, and the Ukrainians have been right by Kharkiv doing those incursions into Russia, they've already got a lot of their forces in Russia. Remember that? Last year. Special ops running around the woods. They wanted it to be Russia prior to Article 5. They probably even bought Chinese drones. You can buy on the U.S. market, same ones the Russians are using. They bought Chinese drones. Chinese drones, yeah. You buy Chinese drones on the market. You smuggle them in the last year with those incursions. You'd have them there in Western Russia on the border, at least in Ukraine. You then launch the attack, and they'll start presenting drone parts with serial numbers to Chinese to then openly draw the Chinese in who are involved in the war. You got 100,000 extra. As literal expendable cannon fodder, the Russians will kill their people. The Russians have taken dozens of So the EU's plan is collapsing. They've got to go to full war, because if they lose this, when they've gambled so badly, which is going to get rid of the EU Commission, that tyranny and free Europe, they could be in trouble.
Throw it, throw!
Within days, they will.
Of course he's fucking behind me. There's 3 of them behind me.
They will announce the drones are,
of course,
confirmed to be Chinese, and they've already shot down a lot, so let's use those parts. They'll claim they're Iranian as well. And then they'll announce 250,000, quote, peacekeepers will be armed, and Russia has said we'll consider those as combatants and hit them, and Russia will hit them. There'll be an international crisis escalation for maybe a week. Then Ukraine, NATO will detonate a suitcase nuke. They will blame Russia. The isotopes will be connected to Russian weapons.
Dude, how is he fucking one-shotting me, man?
And the globalists think
Didn't even hit me in
part of
the
the
head.
Russian
Still
elites will
got
blink
one-shot.
and make a deal to kill Putin and roll over. And then the Russians, this is one scenario, the Russians won't roll over. And the globalists just want the history books to say they didn't start it. NATO will then launch a sneak attack with nuclear weapons on Russia.
Okay, I
Russia
literally
will then
can't spawn
respond,
anywhere else.
vaporizing
I wanna
Europe
spawn
and all
right
major
now.
cities in the world. That's one prime computation analysis projection. So it's good knowing you, folks. Hey, we're still evil, though. I mean, you know what? Hell, let's just go ahead and do it. Like me said a couple years ago, a year ago. He said, it's fine. Nuclear war, let's go. I just, you know, feel for all everybody's gonna die and all the kids and everybody, but, you know, don't feel for the major
Oh
cities,
my
though,
god, they're
'cause you'll
fucking
die
behind us,
instantly.
man! My god, what's the point of a spawn point if they're fucking behind
Feel
us?
for the people out in the countryside and the collapse, what that's gonna be like. I mean, I guess if I'm not at home, my family can't save them. We're even trying to get out. I've already chosen out of the ship. I guess I hear the nukes are coming in. You won't hear, you won't know, but I'm just kind of just go stand on the roof and just like look up and just get ready to be vaporized. Come along with it, all the drag queen story time will get vaporized, all the pedos and everything else. I mean, it's a cleansing. God promised we would destroy the earth with water, but by fire the next time.
Oh god.
And who the gods would destroy, they first make
Doesn't
mad.
even make sense, dude. That doesn't make sense.
I think it's kind of cute, don't you? Let's open the phones up for folks that have worked either in think tanks on strategic nuclear doctrine. I actually know regular guests on that. Maybe they'll call in. Or you worked on nuclear forces, or you've worked in Eastern Europe. You have a perspective on this. Want to disagree with me, agree with me, how we get out of this, what we can do. We got to get to Trump. That'll be probably pretty easy for me in the next few days. I'll leave it at that. And just say, you know they staged these false flags before, right? That's why it's important to make sure these videos out to his people, the White House watches as well. But we can get a hold of Trump too if we need to. And this needs to be done. So we need Trump to get educated real quick to make a statement, not back up NATO what they're doing here and say, hey, you staged it before, you should be looked at. So I guarantee he's not getting briefed on. Toll-free number to join us, 877-789-2539, 877-789-2539. 877-789-ALEX. Military or think tank strategic warfare planners, Army War College, stuff like that. We'll hear from you, 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. And there is a paradox here, where I played the commander landing in. We still gotta do our job. We still gotta change baby diapers. We still gotta cook dinner. We still gotta gas the truck. We gotta fix the roof. We still gotta take care of grandma and daddy. Get my dad out of rehab today. He was so bad off his brainstem partially lost. He had open heart surgery in the hospital for a month. He got out in 1 week. They thought he'd be in rehab for a month. He gets out today. Leave her a little early so I can go get my pop, take him home. And they wouldn't guarantee it. They said, we think if he fixes ballooning aorta because the blood's not flowing right, it might open up those arteries. His IQ went up 30 points. Surgery. It's just such a blessing. Thanks for the prayers, folks. I really appreciate it. That's what's so great about Western medicine. There's good doctors. There's all this good stuff in it. This big pharma and global trying to take it over, doing bad things within it. What has so much trust is this is so good. But it's evil hides inside the good because it can camouflage itself. But I mean, Scott and White up in Temple. You know, my dad worked for Baylor, was a professor there at medical school, so that's where he wanted to go. He knew those people, and they just did a splendid job. So professional, the nurses, everybody, just incredible experience. So loving, I mean, night and day from the stuff I've seen. Leave it at that. So, thank you for that. My point is, we just still got to continue on. You got to remember the tips of the spear that are under so much attack. You just keep surviving. Well, he knows he's got 9 lives. He's always there. No, we're winning. Oh, he didn't get a trial. They found him guilty. I haven't even gotten into all that because I'm so busy on this and all the other stuff. The evil killer that murdered the Ukrainian woman on the train.
To fucking run around.
Like we play that. I mean, there's just so much here. But
killed like 10
people,
or 12. 12
you hear the information we cover. You hear what we
basically
do.
By myself.
I'm all about telling the truth.
That's how bad the Steam was.
I mean, that's my religion, because God is true.
The only person on our squad that didn't spawn on me was you, and they all died.
We have the best supplements, and it's hype. You're
every time.
If you're not on
didn't even get it.
Don't know what it is? Look into it. We got useless. You're insane if you're not on our Colostrum, the best. Private label, top brand, 2,000 grams per serving. Look into it, you know what it is. Look at it. You're nuts if you don't get our ultramethylene blue. All I've got to do is somehow convince this giant audience, less than 1% ever buy anything, those who do 80+% reorder of stuff like methylene blue, is just go get it. Don't you support the broadcast? See it as a donation. What do you have to lose? You're supporting the truth. The bad guys want us off the air. We're fighting to stop nuclear war and new lockdowns and total censorship and all this crap. You back this broadcast, you back yourself. I know the world's full of media and full of pitches and full of this. This ain't the average show. Not your average bear. Bad guys hate it because I did my research. I know what I'm talking about. I'm inside their head. I'm more evil than they are. Not because I'm evil, but because I've studied so much, I can just... Some say I can give them ideas. That's not what it is. The point is that this is an important broadcast. But just like the information is powerful, the products are insane. I told you, I'm not about this 2 years ago. Lowest on the state, 6 medical degrees, incredible. He goes, I want you to get a USP grade methylene blue. He goes, just get it off Amazon, whatever. Just make sure it's USP. Well, I got it, and my wife liked it, but I didn't really feel it. And she got a couple different brands. I did it here and there, a tiny bit of thing. Bigley comes and says, we've got the top lab that makes it for medical procedures. Instead of using radioactive dye, they use it for safer, like
Fuck was the scam, dude.
And they'll sell it to us. It costs a few more dollars in other places, but we've all tried it. This stuff is crazy. So we have like super medical grade. Like it is hands down the strongest, best, cleanest. And it is amazing. You can get it for 50% off, but that deal ends next Tuesday. And the shillage and all the rest of it, thealexstore.com. And when I say we have the widest selection, I said my goal at Bigley with our sponsor said I want the widest selection of best designs paper. Now some of the designs are okay, you know, some are the best. I mean, some are like, oh wow. But it is over 500 t-shirts, ball caps. It's super annoying. I like, how do you even, I want to find a shirt to give us a gift somebody asked for, or to buy another one when I get a hole in it or whatever. One of them I got caught on the door about a month ago with a snake, you know. And I just got caught on the door handle, ripped it, so I go, oh God. And it took me like 30 minutes. I don't know how we're gonna fix this. I guess search the name, but 30 minutes to find it. And I ordered one and got it in like 3 days. Because it's out of Arkansas, but I test our own sponsors myself. I was very pleased we came in 3 days to my house. But I'm saying it's all there. 25% off on apparel. That's going to end too. Fund your own future. Get great products. It's an adventure to wear this apparel out in public. But whatever you do, get the Ultimate Methylene Blue now. You are missing out if you don't. You are insane. Just support the broadcast. Get it and go, whoa, I thought it was snake oil. It works really great. No kidding. I'm not going to sell crap. I want you to come back.
We'll join our regularly scheduled program after these messages.
I didn't know he was taking our ultramethylene blue, so I said, oh, with all our guests, we asked him to take it, and you just gave me your brief testimony, so I would look, because I mean, this isn't BS. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. takes it. It's good for your cells. If you're on SSRIs, you can't take it. It's very serious. We have the strongest, and it funds this operation. You want to get it at thealexjonesstore.com. Medical grade, USP grade, the best. Ultramethylene blue. So you sort of give me your testimony saying you love it. I said, hold on, I don't want to know. I want you to tell people on air, William. So when did you get it? What was the effect?
So I've been a health nut, people call me, all my life.
Well, you look super young for your age. So.
And so I thank God that I've been healthy. And when I take most supplements, a lot of people say, oh, you'll feel, you know, this big surge. And normally I don't. I just think, okay, I'm doing something right for my body, for my brain. And with methylene blue, I have noticed that it does seem to give me more mental energy. It helps me I keep a lot of late hours. I'm talking to people over in Europe or over in other continents, and so my biorhythm is all messed up, and so it really helps me with my sleep. And
well, being honest though, you're saying your doctors are told you do it, just like mine did 6 years ago. I got it, USP. It didn't really have an effect on my life. Keep it on it. We tried different brands. This one, I'm not trying to differentiate. It's just true. It's been way stronger for me. If you do have other brands you took that are similar or better, I want to know if there's something better than those in.
I haven't found anything better.
Now, back to our program.
In 1941, Hitler's empire covered Europe from the continent's western corner to the east. Berlin rode a wave of euphoria, while the German army rampaged from victory to victory.
I've always argued that the World War II German army was one of the most remarkable fighting machines that the world has ever seen.
What could stand in the way of the Wehrmacht? How could Hitler's lightning war be extinguished? Perhaps only by the mania of its own creator. In June 1941, Hitler tore up the non-aggression pact between Germany and the Soviet Union, invading by surprise across a 1,000-mile front and attempting to stun Stalin's Soviet lands into submission.
Some of his most important and influential advisors came to him before he invaded Russia. And they said, Mein Führer, this cannot be done. We do not have the resources. Don't think we're just less than and then they invaded Russia.
Led by a deluded belief that racial superiority and willpower were enough, Hitler took on a vast land and people in their own world of ice and grit.
The Hitler-Stalin conflict is something that you cannot really find an analogy for in history.
There, Hitler's soldiers arrived amidst the snowdrifts of Moscow, the ruins of Stalingrad, and the dust clouds of Kursk.
Everything was freezing. The guns were freezing, the clothing was freezing, the men were freezing.
It is absolutely brutal, and many of them are not prepared. Humans seize up. The tools of war seize up.
They were attacking with sharpened spades through sewers. They were attacking out of cellars. It was a savage battle, which actually terrified the German soldiers.
Just run through the street and not even get fucking shot, man.
Well, it's wrong to talk about the Second World War as if it was a conventional war in which
God, another team that doesn't move.
Military considerations play an important part.
These gunfights get locked down, fucking punch the map, can't capture
And
flags,
then
can't
out of that
capture
chaos,
places.
they build something. And that
take
looks
the
like
game.
a piece of trust. They build a monolithic state. And then, of course, sanctions don't stop there.
This vast invasion would bring Hitler's Reich crashing down around him, stretching resources, manpower, and his deranged vision to their limits. This is Hitler, uncovering his fatal obsession.
Ursula von der Leyen, in her military State of the Union, she gave more speeches on it, gave a truly Hitler 2.0 speech. And the Russians have said that. I said it before I saw them say that. So she is EU royalty, globalist royalty. The EU Commission was set up by them. It was Hitler's plan for an EU to have ever the aid of England, who was German, at the throne. That was be a 10-member state, now it's more than 25. And she says, Russia. And right as she gives her speech, Russia supposedly launches drones into Poland, which I said is the main staging area.
There's a guy
where they
where I
keep
am,
saying that NATO will be brought in.
I jumped out, I think.
So they telegraph all of this information. The Russians say they didn't do it. They're saying it looks like a setup, prove it's their drones. Yeah, why the hell would you try to bring NATO in? They want to just secure their area, stop, and get the deal with NATO to stop. Trump, let's put the Truth Social back up. As usual, when it comes to some of these military affairs, it's not a military, let's just say, novice, beyond novice. He is not even a novice expert. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go to total war.
Piece of shit, man.
Absolute bonker town. Just like before Operation Spiderweb, Ukraine for a month doubles attacks inside Russia, hundreds of drone attacks a day. Russia increases attacks, and Trump goes, Russia's increasing attacks. Oh my God, I may give heavy weapons and go to war with Russia. And then later he goes, oh, I learned actually they started this, so Putin's doing it too. Again, Trump gets briefed, sir. Russia has launched attacks on Poland. Did they say, sir, the Ukrainians got caught with NATO in November of 2022, 9 months into the war, launching missiles into Poland, but the Poles shot the missiles down so they knew they were Ukrainian. No. Did anybody tell Trump that the Polish president, who they kicked out, put a globalist in a year ago, has come out and said a week ago, warning they're about to stage this? No. For those that think Trump plays 85 quadrillion infinity supreme chess, he's great on the economy, great on borders, great on basic issues. But Trump has said, I learned a lot. I got conned the first advent. I understand it. All military were a bunch of globalists. I didn't know how things worked. He was a true outsider. Well, don't worry. And I will be talking to the White House this afternoon. Because I was already...
Oh, you said shit on bug?
I won't be here in the next few years. So...
This guy fucking eats every bullet I have.
I'm fucking
the
hit!
Lord works in mysterious ways.
Stay with me!
But...
This guy loves revolving so much.
The EU wants an excuse to send in 250,000-man army. They've got conscription fired up already. That's forced. Not a draft where you do a lottery. No, you did conscription and women. And then we must stay relevant. War with Russia.
He has a shotgun, of course.
I thought very carefully about making this my main point of speech. We must prepare and launch total war. This is megalomaniac. I want to go to the calls. I want to go to Sasha and B and Andy and Savage Dog and Dennis and Al Killer and Mike in Finland. All former military and their take on this. We'll get in a moment. But here's Bader Layton's.
I think they should have a fully automatic
State of the Union of the dictatorship. Literally, here it is.
Oh God, he's hiding in the nuts on dude.
For free and independent Europe.
Oh my God. Let's fucking go. You said
a fight for our liberty and our ability to determine our destiny for ourselves.
Our liberty to start war with Russia.
Make no mistake. This is a fight for our future.
Oh yes, my future.
And I thought long and hard about whether to start the State of the Union address with such a stark appraisal.
Notice she's wearing olive drab.
After all, us Europeans are not really comfortable with talking in such terms. Because our union is fundamentally a peace project.
Because the last time we attacked Russia, 26
Somebody
million
is-
unforgiving.
But we're going to do it again.
And we cannot varnish over the difficulties.
Third time is a charm.
Every day.
Where Napoleon and Hitler failed, we will succeed.
They can feel things getting harder, just as they are working harder.
Oh, hit pause. The EU globalists blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, double gas prices, everything's collapsing. Our people can feel things because we started a war with Russia. Well, now full war will make it better. You will shut up in the war. They say politically we'll control people in a full war. I mean, whoa. What is the last desperate action of a tyrant? Take me to war. Back it up 10 seconds. Holy. I mean, I just cannot believe this is happening. I mean, I knew it was coming. These people are crazy. These inbred European royalty that run the commission. I mean, she's royal. Look her up. I mean, these people need to be locked up. But it's not Hitler in a Hugo Boss uniform with his Iron Cross First Class, who at least was a war hero and knew how to fight. It's a woman in olive drab. Maybe she'll start wearing a little Zelensky monkey outfit. Zelensky's running around, I want total war, I want troops, death, death, death! It's a guy that plays the piano with his penis. I mean, look, Keir Starmer, Mears, Macron, these are the people leading us to fight the Russians, the biggest superpower of the world. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. And then Trump's like, oh, the Russians attack Poland, here we go.
What, I hit him once?
Now, the reason I don't get too mad at Trump is, in the next few days, he'll get the information. He'll say, oh, looks like it wasn't the Russians. You ever heard the Roman saying who benefits in Latin, qui bono? Qui bono, qui bono, qui bono, qui bono, qui bono, qui bono. What do the police always look for? A motive. Who stands to gain? Why in the world would Russia attack Poland? And they said 2.5 years ago, that is nuts. Ukraine. Not like I'm just saying this today. How many times have I told you to get ready to stage a false flag? Let's go back to the wedge, some of your calls, I promise.
Them. They can feel things getting harder, just as they are working harder. They can feel the impact of the global crisis, of the higher cost of living.
Well,
They feel the speed of change affecting their lives. And they worry about the endless spiral of events they see on the news, from the devastating scenes in Gaza to the relentless...
So don't worry, we have nuclear war. We'll fix it.
We cannot wait for this storm to pass.
Yes, we need to go to war directly.
Or no time.
Holy fuck.
It's like a degenerate gambler has been losing for 3 days in Vegas, lost all their savings, and they call up the bank to settle the hack in order to get triple mortgage. And the wife, they have to get the wife to sign it. And the husband's like, baby, I promise, just sign the paperwork. Do the triple mortgage. He's like, you're not liking it? It is Putin's fault we blew up pipeline. It is Putin's fault we shut down everything, put up windmills. It is Putin's fault we shut down the farms. It is Putin's fault we shipped to the Muslims. You feeling pain? Well, don't worry. We give you all the right. Got you!
We need attack support on the marked objective.
They're coming to take me away. Oh, to the mental institution. An inbred royal in olive drab. We know you're in a lot of financial pain. We have a solution. We go to war with Russia. How that sound? Sound good? Yes, sound good. All right, let's go back to it.
For this storm to pass.
Oh, stop
This summer...
Oh, the storm will pass that you did if we attack the Russians. I mean, just lock her up, folks. Put her in a paddy wagon. Put her in a straitjacket. Pray to God that he intervene here. I'm serious. God needs to fear it. Just go back to her.
On Ukraine, we simply cannot wait for this storm to pass.
Oh my god.
This summer showed us that there is simply no room, no time for nostalgia. Battle lines for a new world order based on power are being drawn right now.
Stop again. Back that up. Battle lines for a new world order based on, she goes, power. not make this up in a nightmare. The New World Order. Here we go.
There's simply no room or no time for nostalgia. Battle lines for New World Order based on power are being drawn right now. So yes, Europe must fight for its place in the world, in which many major powers are either ambivalent or openly hostile to Europe.
Come on, America.
A world of imperial ambitions and imperial wars. A world in which dependencies are ruthlessly weaponized. And it is for all these reasons that a new Europe must emerge.
Fucking grenade didn't
So they're
explode.
collapsing. Everybody wants out. They've killed 7 AFD people leading the polls in Germany. I mean, the gloves are off. Europe's at war. Hitler's back. And I would suggest all the populace think it's so cute loving Hitler and like all this cutesy stuff. If you like electricity and you like running water and you like living, wake up. Israel is a diversion. I'm not defending Netanyahu. I hope he... all that. It's a distraction. I'm going to stop nuclear war. Israel bad. It's this diversion stuff. Sorry, 60,000 Gaza is terrible, horrible. We're against it. We talk about it all the time. Got a guess coming about it. But this is the problem. This is the lunatics. This is the crazies. This is get us all killed. This. We don't want to hear about the war with Russia. Let's talk about Gaza. Okay, let's talk about Gaza. Let's put an hour on it yesterday.
What a fucking revive attempt is that, dude?
Ben's Air Force, Russia conflict, Andy's Florida Army, Russia conflict, Santa's dog, probably should make the last Russia great. That's what the big corporations said that they never did. Dennis Florida Army, Special Weapons, Artillery, Owl Killer Navy, Russia, Poland conflict, Finland military, Mike and Finland. Let's go to Mike and Finland first, then I'll go to Dennis, the Special Artillery. That's the tactics. Mike in Finland, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your service. I would just like to point out that Russia or Europe are backing down. And I would like to point you to the verse in Revelation.
This guy's driving the Jeep through the alleyway.
I think 17, where it talks about the colors of this one great army, and it names red, blue, and yellow, which go together with NATO, communism, and race.
Oh, I need a new car.
Oh, this is definitely biblical, brother. You can't. This is bad.
Oh,
you got the head of the EU dictator saying we're going to war, baby. What's your thoughts, Doc?
Praying for my child. I just had one 6 months ago, so hoping that he'll get to see his first birthday.
God bless you. Let's go to Army Special Weapons Artillery. Dennis, what's your take on all this?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, it's a real honor to speak to you again, and we have to unite now, and we've got to do it fast. Trump has obviously been compromised, and I hate to say it because I love Trump. I take a bullet for him, but we may have to overthrow him.
He's doing so much good, but coming out and saying, "Oh, Russia did this," when it's obviously a false flag, it's bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So if we don't unite now with the plans that we have, the plans for New America and the Global Republic, which our founders would demand, we're going to be in trouble. Trump has got to call me in the office. We've got to come together and invoke Metatron, which is the collective angel of all of us now uniting in Christ. This is what we're doing right now, Alex. And you're Grigori, I believe you're a fallen angel like me.
Yes.
Fix all this. And we're pure of heart. That's why people listen to us, and we can just keep on plowing through all this because we're pure. That's it. So we unite now. We have the plans to do it. The plans for New American and Global Republic cover everything down to the asteroid mining music to back the bonds we're going to use to cover all the debt with the Global Debt Forgiveness Program. It's 1, 2, 3 common sense, but it takes angels to fix this now. And it is part of the program. They discovered it's a program with ones and O's and the other sentients out there like the Anunnaki that helped make us, and we actually took them over to do this. And this is part of all this now. We've surrendered. We serve, and all I care about is the love of you and God.
On Russia conflict topic. Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Alex. Shut the walker down.
I need a fucking medic!
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Ultramethylene blue.
Bro, I don't even know what's going on.
Let me just, I wanted to adjust my thoughts right before this. Thank you, Alex. For anybody listening on the newer end of this, Alex and his InfoWars and the Warriors have saved lives, people. The information has gotten out and saved
It's interesting that not much
lives.
happens at
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Right, Alex?
They are.
And so, we have to stay sharp in the info war.
He was outside and then he was inside?
That is the threshold. It always has been, and it always will be.
No, I agree. So what is your take on this crisis?
My take is it's probably half propaganda and half pseudo-reality and reality. If that makes any sense. So, once again, brinksmanship, riding the line. You know, a while back, Alex, you were covering Kubrick in 2001, Space Odyssey, but we never got to continue to the 2010, the continuation, with the similar situation with Russia and USA at each other's throats, and then there was this interstellar breakthrough, if you recall, 2010. That was the next movie in the 80s.
Yeah, I read the books. I didn't really know.
And the children of the new sun will be the children of the old. Right? And so, we all feel it. You're not human if you don't feel it.
Yeah, humanity comes to a crisis point. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Sam John in Georgia, a Marine. What do you think's going on here?
Good morning, Alex. I know this is a serious topic, but I gotta start with saying the girl sounds just like Lily Von Stu.
I'm fucking hit!
Saying, more sniffing, all I can hear is Trump saying,
Because they
Here's my limit on the sniffing, Ruben. Okay, so I wonder, I'm a Marine, I was born in 71. All I've heard my whole life is Russia bad. If we were to have some kind of military and trade agreement with Russia, the entire world problem would end because no one else could stand. We would benefit, the world would benefit, Russia would benefit. Nobody, who would be against this? China?
And that's why, China, and why the globalists don't want that alliance. That's in all the war games. Economically, Russia has all those resources. We have the global financial system. It is the perfect match. But they were communists before because the British intelligence, 1970s, staged that coup over the czars. Now, Russia wants into the Western system. They've been trying, but the globalists don't want that.
Well, so why can't Trump do it? Is it because
he's been trying, but then he buys into this, Russia just attacked Poland stuff. Russia's like, no, he didn't show the proof. Why would they do that? They have no motive.
I want to go get a water.
That's my point. But who's whispering in his ear not to? That's my question.
you there?
Yeah.
Are you in the lobby or are you in a game?
In the lobby.
Okay, I'm ready.
Hold on.
Question, just like 2016, the first Trump presidency, who somebody's telling him not to.
Absolutely. Thanks for the call, brother. All right. Andy, Al Killer, and Sasha, I'm going to go to you. The serial girl was going to come on. I wanted to get her yesterday, but she's in Australia, so she was up late, obviously, asleep. It's the middle of the night when we're on, like 3 in the morning, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. But she's here, real expert. Her parents, grandparents were ruling party in Syria. She wasn't pro-Assad, but she predicted all of this. I wanted to talk about Israel's strike in Qatar and all the rest of that. But now we've got this Russia situation. She's been in Russia. She's tracked it all. She's very smart. She's joining us. Harrison Smith's coming in later to talk.
Basically means that if somebody
these pre-indicators up through into these communities,
church,
and miraculously heal him
with the increasing level. It sounds a little Nazi to me. I don't know. Against the beast system, suddenly we have to, which is a very prime minister has invoked NATO's. Analysts say that since its introduction, because it's not graphic, but you can see him sort of jerk. Article 4. Officially at this point, Warsaw wants consultations with bloc members after an alleged violation of its airspace by drones it identified as Russian. Whoa, what? Charlie Kirk just got shot? Sorry, the crew just came in my ear and said that Charlie Kirk just got shot on video?
Yo, you know the
wow. Holy
adductor and abductor.
Oh my god. Okay, so
sit down.
We're just getting this news. It looks like Charlie Kirk was doing one of his debates that he does at college campuses. And the video that we were just seeing for radio listeners was shot from a rooftop overhead. There's a huge crowd. You see Charlie Kirk.
I think I might need to see somebody for my head pain.
It's not graphic, but you can see him sort of jerk and twist. And you see everybody running away after the shots were fired. Oh my god, I hope he's okay. So we don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know how serious the damage is. This must have just happened seconds ago.
Any kind of like hinge motion from like stooping over or bending over.
As if the gunshot came from over there, which
I
was
guess
really
like
far away from the stage.
Sometimes when I shift my
And
weight,
you see everybody running.
like when I'm sitting on a chair, like if it's very tender, I'll feel
Go
that.
ahead and bring to me, or any more videos we can bring up. I'd like to look more at that because I can hop on X here, but that is very horrifying and not exactly unexpected with the increasing leftist violence. Charlie Kirk has just been shot at an event in Utah Valley University. Condition unknown. Pray for Charlie. That's from Nick Sortor. And some more video coming out from this. Oh my god, yeah. There, it looks like he was shot. It looks like he was shot in the chest.
away!
I hope he was wearing a bulletproof vest. I can't believe what we're seeing here. So it looks like he was shot in the chest. The people in that video all look to the right as if someone was shooting from by them. I mean, that would be a very far shot. It looks like 2 or 300 meters. That's the case. So this was in Utah. Alright, when we know more about this, we will bring it to you. But I mean, obviously, this is the way things are going. Kirk was reportedly shot near the neck while seated during a live Q&A session. Eyewitnesses say he fell from his chair as shots were fired. An evacuation of UVU campus was initiated following reports of an active shooter. U.S. Senator Mike Lee posted that he's monitoring the situation and urged prayers for Kirk. Alex, yeah, we're hearing about this.
Absolutely. I was grabbing lunch. Fox News, they can back it up right now. They got more details. I'm telling you, Charlie's doing a great job. The Republicans put themselves out there every day. The shooters, the stabbers. Wow, looks like he gets shot. Wow, right in the chest. My God. Probably out of a parking garage. This is ridiculous like to do. Wow. Yeah, that hit him right under the heart. That's the heart side. Wow. They shot him right. It looks like he's about 2 inches. That means the lower part. My God. Man. Oh my goodness. This is absolutely
How the fuck did they
devastating,
get him?
ladies and gentlemen.
Magic!
Oh my God. Oh my God. Looks like I got shot from higher up too. Couldn't shoot through the crowd from lower. This is, slow that down. Wow. Boom. Oh my God.
It looks like everybody looks over to the right as if yeah, it was coming from that parking garage.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Parking garage. Wow.
Oh.
I'm gonna get my to the hospital. So I'll be back. Great job. Stuart Rhodes, everybody's coming up. Dew on the War Room. Stuart Rhodes coming next hour. Wow. Everybody, let's say a prayer right now. Running with breaking news. You guys supposed to do the mic show too. Our Heavenly Father, Charlie Kirk has done such an incredible job. Millions of young people registered with Republicans. He is a game changer. He puts himself out there every day as a warrior on the field, in the arena. We pray, Father, that you send your angels of protection and miraculously heal him. And we pray that you raise him up and it's in your will that he live, and it's in your will that he die, to be a martyr for the truth and justice. We pray for Charlie Kirk right now in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. All of us together, we pray for Charlie Kirk in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Wow. Every day in his cabinet says this is a war. We're going to be totally committed. Trump's doing way more good than he's doing bad. Way better than Kamala. They want to kill Trump too. They want to kill us. There's a reason I don't do a bunch of public events. Not that I'm a whim. They're not important enough for my life. I guarantee you I'd be dead right now. I did what Charlie Kirk does. He is an incredible person. He's under massive attack on the left and others. And wow, this is unbelievable. Pray for him right now. More.
Wow. That is horrifying. And yeah, I don't even know what to say. I mean, the left is absolutely becoming radicalized to an insane degree. This is not, honestly, I hate to say it's not even unexpected. I mean, they have Antifa members like 1 month ago, 2 months ago, setting an ambush outside of an ICE facility, lighting the building on fire so they come out, and then snipers positioned shooting at them. Luckily, you know, they failed in that attempt, but I mean, they are on a war footing, and they are out for blood, and they keep telling us that, and we keep not taking them seriously. Again, if the crew can bring me whatever we got about Charlie Kirk, I would love to know if he's okay. I can't help but think that he had to be wearing a bulletproof vest, right? And of course, he's not an extremist. He's the most respectable person on the right wing as far as I'm concerned.
Well, he's so successful at mobilizing people. Let me just say, people bitch at him. He's not hardcore enough. That's how he gets the general people.
Yeah.
The man's a hero. Folks, I'm a big hunting enthusiast. I shot a lot of things. You need to really pray for him, because if you shot somebody with a handgun, it would not cause the shirt and the ripple of line and jolt. That was probably not a door rifle. Probably not a 5.56. He probably got shot with like a 300 round or something. So I don't like to make predictions. I hope it's true. It's bad. I watched that footage. That's high power rifle.
He's got to be wearing a bulletproof vest, right? I mean, that was health.
But a high power rifle. So I threw it. They also got tungsten cores. They knew what they were doing. It could have been a bulletproof vest. That's a good point.
That's what when his shirt jumped, that's what it
that
looked
could have
like.
created the bullet bouncing up. Oh, let's pray it's a 9mm. need a medic. Good thinking. Only a bulletproof vest could create that effect as well. Roll it again.
I'm bleeding out, medic.
My God.
Oh, it's a medic.
The left sure loves guns. What's for killing Catholics, Christians. Zoom in on this. Yeah, you guys showed it earlier, blown up. Can we blow that up?
I need a medic.
When you show that, that's a good thing. I was thinking, man, what causes a concussion like that? That would be the bulletproof vest. And the bullet would bounce up, kind of fragment out. Well, maybe that's good news, because I was thinking I'd go right.
You fucking did it,
bulletproof vest. Good thing in there.
I'm just hoping.
No, you're right. When I saw that, I shot like elk and stuff. Shot video of it, up there closer up, and you see that kind of concussion in the body.
Shots fired. A question begins in the church. We know there's a shot fired from the top of the Lucy Center. Someone appeared to be at the top of that building or somewhere inside. We don't know if they've been apprehended, so we don't have any information.
Just like Brooks.
Announcement, apparently shot. So no updates so far. The extent of...
I gotta say, that Andy shirt and his build, if it is a vest, it's a lightweight vest. I don't see the marks up at the top. Maybe he is wearing a vest. I can't tell. No, the belly's showing through. He has a big belly. I don't know. No, it looks like a light vest to me. It looks like a bullet bounces up. See that? Let's all
folks. Pray for Charlie Kirk. He's a young father. Multiple witnesses say Charlie Kirk shot. So, as far as we know, we have no
I literally just spawned in front of me, man.
condition that he's in, or whether a suspect is apprehended. Reports on the ground is that he was shot from the rooftop, so it must have been a rifle. Pray for Charlie Kirk. Stuart Rhodes is going to take over here.
Oh my fucking
bring you
God.
any updates to this. Please support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com. We just need your help. I mean, what more is there to say? It's a real war we're fighting out there, folks, and I feel like I have a target on me now.
Every guest I have had in studio for the last 6 months, I've given our medical grade USP methylene Bluetooth. I don't even tell them what's going to do. I just say, here, take this, see what happens. Within 15 to 30 minutes, every guest says they've gotten energy like they've never experienced it. Clarity, focus, it's like a bomb has lifted. Their critical thinking goes to the next level. And that's what the science shows it does in our cells. It's not a stimulant, but it has that effect. And so, we was here a few months ago, we didn't know what it was, we know me for a long time, said sure, we'll take it. Heard Clinton talk about it, Junior, he took it, and it was so game-changing. And the last few months, he ran out of the bottle I gave him, so he wanted more. The first thing he wanted was to take some more before we even went live on air. That's how amazing this is. You want to do the plug, and I appreciate this. Because you came in saying, I want more methylene blue, and then I looked over when you went on the air, you'd already slurped some down.
How much is the correct amount to put in? About that much?
Yeah. Kennedy, there's 3, Robert. This is really strong.
You gave me some last time. I think you were on air. You totally feel the difference. I used the bottle you gave me. It's great. It totally makes it, you can feel it. It just keeps your energy level up and plateaued without bombs. So I love it. I used the bottle you gave me, and I came back to Austin.
Well, you can always get it at thealexjonesstore.com. We'll certainly give you all you want. You also have a capsule. We have the strongest method brain. It's super good for you. It cleans out your mitochondria. Most people get instant energy, like 99% of people. But it's the workout. It's what does your skin, your libido. So you've been on a few months.
I just had that one bottle, but...
and you're saying no letdown. That's the best part. It's not an amphetamine. It's not a speed, but it feels like it.
It's true. I see arcades on. Yeah, I just used it that bottle, and so for a couple of weeks I had this great energy, but it's not speed, it's not caffeine, it's nothing like that. It's doing something else for me. So I really...
Well, it skips 3 levels of the oxidation process of the cells. It's just next level. It's incredible. And they suppressed it. And my medical doctor 6 years ago said, get on it. And I got it.
Oh, fuck.
And then our sponsor got a super strong one. I'm like, oh, let me try it. Whoa. runs the operation, folks. But I'm telling you, if you haven't gotten our USP grade, real USP grade, Ultimate Blue, DogsNextDoor.com, you are missing out. It's so good for you. 99% of people, it's more than that, like 400 people, maybe 2 or 3 didn't feel it. Some get totally freaked out. They're going crazy. So talk to position first. Take a break. The first time you can't take it from SSRIs and other things. It is amazing. TheAlexNextDoor.com. So,
yeah, it's not psychosomatic. It's not psychosomatic. You feel it. You feel it?
Well, I didn't tell you what you were going to feel. How fast did it kick in and what did you feel?
I felt it by the time, the end of the show. By the time I got, the last time I felt it, probably by the end of the show, by the time I got my car. You feel instant energy, but without the jitteriness and caffeine and focus. What I felt was focus, mental focus. It's probably like why you are as intense as you are, Alex.
It's made me more intense. I was taking full doses at first, and then working out so hard that, I had to...
You look jacked.
Well, I've cut back. The point is, I only take it every 3 days now because it's crazy. Everything we sell, is working and is good. That's what I want. I mean, I'll be like a restaurant. They're going to serve dog to people if they're not going to come back. But I mean, this thing is the most dramatic, quick acting, and it's good for you. It's just insane. And if I could just get a few more percentage of the audience to buy it, all our problems we saw. Patrick Byrne was totally blown away by it, as every other guest we've given it to has been blown away.
Show. Absolutely horrifying news. Charlie Kirk has allegedly been shot at an event in Utah. The videos are breaking. We don't have much squad now. Rumors are going around. I'm going to hold off on reporting on those till we have some confirmation. We do have a statement from FBI Director Kash Patel. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. And what have we been talking about for the last couple of days? The fostering of extremism, the encouraging of the most radical and violent elements of the Democratic Party, constantly telling this swath of mentally ill people that they're under attack, that fascism is coming, that they have to stand up and fight and arm yourselves.
This guy's a medic and he's just standing there.
And this is almost the inevitable outcome. And God, we just pray Charlie Kirk is okay. This is going to change a lot of the calculus moving forward, I think.
Brother, you have sniper.
Again, we're going to bring anything that we get as soon as we get it. But we're not going to run with any rumors. We're only going to go with the confirmed statements. However, Kash Patel calling the shooting tragic.
Oh my God, he just fucking looks at me while I die,
I don't want to read too much into,
dude.
but maybe some insight into what exactly happened. So far, we've not heard about an arrest. It appears from the video, and we can play the video again. And I imagine there will be a lot of angles of this. Obviously, Charlie Kirk has cameras set up all over, and there are thousands of people in the crowd. So we're probably going to end up seeing a lot of different angles of this. I'm like feeling lightheaded. This is the inevitable consequence of the radicalization of the left in this country and the demonization of right-wingers. Even people like Charlie Kirk, who are totally respectable, totally Christian, totally informed by American ethos, and yet they have a target on his head.
There are rumors on the internet he's dead. I said if it's not body armor causing that, it's a super high-powered rifle, a 308 one mag, something like that. They're saying it's an old man. They say he's in custody. That's what the police are reporting. We have footage about the show. Your discretion advised. Shot by cell phone. You see blood shoot out of the body. Hitting the heart, which is what it looks like to me on the video. So pray for Charlie. We're finding out as this unfolds. Your discretion is advised. Let's loop this footage a couple times.
Not counting gang violence. Great. Counting gang violence. Great. Counting gang violence.
That's lungs, heart. That's just like the stand. see the jolt in the Jaguar. It could have hit the body armor and bounced up. Ah. Yeah, body armor bounces up. You see the bullet bounce up. That might have been a pistol round. Jesus Christ. Man, Charlie, we love you, brother. What a warrior. What a Viking. Well, if he does that, he's going straight to Valhalla. That's a real warrior king's death right there.
Sword in hand. Oh my god, that was... How many things like this are we gonna have to see?
This isn't going to intimidate the populist movement, it's only make it stronger. And if they think the top stuff's intimidating us, then they got everything coming.
Holy fuck, dude.
They think we're like a bunch of scum. So only make us redouble our efforts. But I don't think it's a rumor he's dead. Seeing that, it looks fatal. Pray for Charlie Coke Searle, folks. Pray he's alive, but I don't think so. Wow. Stuart Rhodes is coming in.
Stuart Rhodes take...
We have captured Alpha. Attack support is needed on the marked objective.
Why is he smoking that, man?
Okay, be advised, enemy tank operating in your area.
Hit the deck! Objective Charlie is under hostile attack. We're engaging objective Bravo.
Medic! Medic!
Hostile attack confirmed on Charlie.
Oh my god, he runs through the fucking room with his defibs out when there's a guy there. Dude, I don't understand these people, man. It's like they have fun dying.
We're attempting to capture Bravo. Enemies are attacking Delta.
fucking medic!
Fucking Jones! Dude, how the fuck does he get through our team, dude? Dude, I shot them on C with 3 RPGs.
Drag out!
Whoa! See that guy's body? Holy fuck, dude. This is fucking insane.
Need a medic!
Damn, dude. That was absolute fucking distressing.
It's done. Like, it's very simple.
Gender and anti-fascist carvings, just like you saw 2 weeks ago in exactly 2 weeks ago.
You're still playing?
Yesterday in Minneapolis at the Catholic school mass. We have that B-roll. We'll pull that up of the demons talking about killing the children and what they're going to do. So the same MO. And if this is indeed a trans shooter, which it appears to be, the FBI, the ATF, DHS joint group released the internal memo of their findings early this morning. Crowder sent me about 7 a.m. when it broke. And then now, hours later, they're saying, yes, we have the gun. Yes, there were political markings. Yes, it's political. And that will be coming out officially very soon. But these agents are putting this out. I know in the case of when they put out it was a trans shooter 2 weeks ago in Minnesota, because they told Seraphin specifically, they were on the ground, that they were afraid there'd be a cover-up. I've got to really hand it to Q, and I'm not talking about Q, the online thing. I'm talking about highly decorated Army veteran friend of mine who used to head up my security. He called me out of country running a mission about 30 minutes before Trump officially announced that Kurt was dead. They wanted to talk to his family first. He said no. He was shot from the roof with a high-powered rifle, and Quentin is so smart. I'll see if I can get him on. He said he'd come on yesterday. When I called back, he didn't answer because he was in operations. But he said he was going into a zone. He couldn't use his phone. I'm not going to say where he's at. But he said, it's a 30-06. I can tell by the sound of the gun. I mean, that's how good his ears are for what different rifles sound like. It says Voltax and 30-06. It would be his guess, and that's what it is. So, and yeah, you want an accurate gun, that's a good one right there. People saying that this would be professional to shoot somebody at 200 yards in the neck. You can train a 10-year-old with a 308 to shoot a bullseye at 100 yards an hour. By the time I was 14, I could shoot at 100 yards in the same hole over and over again with other stuff. Now with the new stuff, I've shot mountain goats 800 yards, dead center in the throat when they pop their head up. Saying I'm not as good as military shooters, so I go out and shoot with them. About average for special operations type in the grade of my shooting. But the point is, my daughters are basically as good a shot as I am. So the idea that this has to be professional, and it could be, all I'm saying is, oh my God, I'm a Superman to make that shot. The reason Crooks missed Trump all those times was the shooting, 223, that moves, not a 30-06. And also Trump was moving all over the place, as he does, and that's what saved him. So, there are so many angles here. There are all these witnesses on local news.
Holy fuck.
And you can see it in the videos happening. That people were chanting in the crowd, kill Charlie Kirk. And you can hear it in the audio. And then this questioner gets up and says they're going to bring up one topic.
A fucking drone.
They come up and say, this is what I want to talk about. They bring them up and they go, I want to talk about trans shooters. And then the witnesses report, the people step back, and then a lot of people in the crowd start turning around and looking, going, look. And boom, right there. Like it was a Shakespearean stage, this happens, and the witnesses are like,
That's why I haven't unlocked all the guns yet.
Because, I mean, the word was out. Local liberal trans news, like he's dead tomorrow. We're going to liquidate him tomorrow. It's over. He's going to dissolve tomorrow. I have all the tweets, the posts, all of it right here. And they're like, yeah, great. They're throwing back, great job. They're like, hey, there's a guy on the roof. I've got Dale Comstock, very famous Delta Force operator, joining us here in about 30 minutes. I'm going to get former Green Beret and Defense Intelligence Agency officer Ivan Raiklin on. He's up on Capitol Hill right now. And a lot more. Now, I wasn't going to be here today because I have multiple missions that are critical to the Republic. So I'm leaving a little bit later. I'll leave it at that. But I will be working the road, and I will be in multiple locations on the East and West Coast in the next 3 days. I'll just leave it at that. But things are coming to an end. And it is recognized folks in the administration that we have the best analysis of what's going on and what's going to happen next and how to counter them. So I will be consulting with different organizations and groups in the next 3 days. So I will not be fishing when you don't see me here. Chase Geiser will be hosting the 3rd and 4th hour. Then the War Room will be hosted by Rob New and a slate of other very informative guests today. Floor Logan's coming in, I think, tomorrow. So much more. But this is all, again, moving very, very quickly. Before I start plowing into all of this, I just want to remind you that if you've been listening the last year, you've heard me every day explain that through the NGOs, through the Antifa groups, winding up mentally ill people, you are going to see political assassinations begin. They will then false flag a illegal alien demonstration off a roof or out of a panel truck or parking garage. They will then kill a MAGA supporter. They'll already have them dead. leave them with a gun and notes, blaming Trump, blaming me, it's always the same. And then they're going to trigger the mass riots and burning everything down and blowing everything up. It'll make the Summer of Love 2020, summer of mostly peaceful protests. It will be 100 times worse. That was just a test. When I say 100 times, I mean at least 100. Every city is going to burn. They're going to unleash real terror groups. They're going to go up in high-rise buildings and dump chlorine gas into the air conditioners, killing everybody in the building. That's their plan. They're going to set off tactical nukes and blame Russia. They're going to launch drone attacks on the White House, truck bombs. It's on. They're making their move. They told you what they would do, and the globalists have no intention of stopping. Like you saw the dictator of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, say it is all about power, a new world order. Europe will collapse so they do not go to full war with Russia. They launched the false flag drone attack, and now it turns out it's completely fake, like the missile attack 3 years ago on Poland.
Our control of Bravo.
So it is here. And you've got all these lazy, spoiled, idiotic college students and leftists that don't know how to find their ass in both hands, that couldn't even do 10 push-ups, who are just like, kill everyone, murder them, ha ha ha, it's so funny, Nazi, but they're just the average Democrat constituent. The Democrats have all the drug gangs and foreign terror groups, and they got an alliance with Hezbollah. And so they're going to hit police. When they hit, they're going to hit the police. They're going to hit everybody. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not in my house. This is the point. Out. Gone. For the foreseeable future. Bye-bye. This is what I've never left. This morning I'm like, we're out.
Objective Charlie is under hostile attack.
So, this is it. They're going to do it.
Controlling more objectives.
And now you know why Trump's trying to get you ready for the military and the rest of it. Because Podesta said, we put the compilation of articles up, they're going to have the blue states secede in cities. They're going to call it all racial. And then you trigger a civil war. That was 4.5, almost 5 years ago. August of 2020. And they said, we're going to do the plan again. And I keep repeating that because there's the plan. I've literally had the White House, and I'll go, really, where's the Democrat plan for that? I'm like, you don't know? Some do. The Pentagon knows. I know the FBI knows. But even the White House, they're not taking it seriously. It's like when Trump, and I'm going to hit this coming up, goes into a restaurant and dozens of people overrun the Secret Service and get within foot up front screaming he's a Nazi in his face.
How the fuck did he get up there?
And the leftist said, we want provocation. We want to get our people killed for a Kent state so we can then burn the country down. We played clips of that yesterday. Rob Dew and I shot an excellent report last night. We're here to trying to get the military to kill us. Well, when that doesn't happen, they are going to light up an Islamic pro-Palestine event, or try to bomb, or both. They're going to light up an illegal alien demonstration.
Somebody came up.
That's why they've said thousands of times. Trump and Tom Homan are going to kill a migrant demonstration. They're going to come with guns and kill you. They're going to kill black people en masse. Never do that. ICE has been told to be very hands-off, so they get chased out all over the place and shot at and killed. And cinder blocks through their car windows. But there they are on CNN, MSNBC, everywhere. Trump's coming to kill. The military's coming to kill. ICE is coming to kill. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. It's like, that's the final piece. But I said, ahead of that, they would start the political assassinations of Republican leaders. And then have the backstory that when they do a false flag, it's in response to Charlie Kirk's
How the fuck
death.
do I fly off a building by getting shot?
I talked to Charlie a couple times like a month ago. called me to thank me for putting pressure on Trump to stop shooting himself in the foot on the Epstein stuff because they know there's nothing there.
Like, how were we?
They invited me on the show. We played phone tag. Didn't happen that time. But I was like, man, you better be careful, bro. You better be safe. He goes, I know, but I just love God, and it's great. We're winning. And I just pray for protection. I said, well, all right. But I told the crew, I said, they're going to kill Trump, sure. Because he got at least 2 million people to vote Trump. 3, 4,
Oh
5,000
my god,
everywhere.
dude! I fucking hate getting
There were 3,000
shot from
plus
behind,
in Utah, at a college town, and he's destroying these people in the debates. He's so kind and nice, and they killed his ass. So, and then Newsom was in a podcast last night. He said, no, even though this happened, we need to just punch him in the face. And Pocahontas said, nope, I'm not going to call for
I
Donald
can't
Trump.
tell what's a tank that's not.
And they wouldn't even be quiet for a moment of prayer. The Congress just booed and yelled during it. Got all that. And they think that they're going to be able to light the fuse and burn this country down and have their globalist coup use a smokescreen of racial conflict. And they think they're going to get away with this. They're not. What they're going to get is what they're trying to push Trump into, but it's not going to go the way they think. I can guarantee you, if they don't stop this now, they've already lit the fuse and wound it up, so a bunch of these people are uncontrollable now, even the global trying to stop it. That in the end, you may kill a lot of us, but I can guarantee you, you've lost. I can look at the tea leaves, and you're done. You got beat. So, and if you think we're like you, a bunch of cowardly scum, if you think killing Charlie Kirk intimidates us, no. Yeah, we'll put on more security, we'll be more wary because we knew this was coming. We won't make it easy for you, but we'll do whatever we have to bring you to justice and stop you.
We are still winning the fight. Our strategy is working.
And I didn't announce this through bravado or to act tough. I've publicly said I don't do a ton of public speaking engagements because I know I can do more digitally. And his work was important. It had to be done at the colleges. And I admire him for his courage and said that. So he's doing that job. He's got that lane. If he wasn't doing it, I'd be doing it. They won't even let me on the colleges they riot so badly tried. But I now have a responsibility, and so do all of you, to peacefully speak to city councils, county commissions, school boards, colleges. I don't care if it's 100 people or 1,000. All of you have to go out and speak out on the street corners, at church, everywhere, because this is an attempt at intimidation and to shut down our access to speech and a chilling effect. So I get all these calls. When are you doing it? Where are you going? I've got it organized. I've got to talk to the groups to sponsor it. If they reach out to me to do this, I will go to Turning Point. And I'm going to go out there, and I'm not going to wear a bulletproof vest. I'm going to do the nationwide tour because that's what this is about. It's not about sticking your head in the tiger's mouth just to act tough. You don't have a choice. And we have to lead by example here. Now, I'll tell you this. If I walk out somewhere and there's 3,000 people, and the police haven't stuck people on the roofs, you know there's a standard by their managers that told them not to. And if I walk out and I see nobody on the roofs, well, then I'm going to come out and point that out. We're going to be looking for it. And I'll be like, there's a shooter, there's a shooter. All right, it was a setup. Seriously. And that's what, because I'll be waiting. I'll be watching when I'm speaking. Oh, here's the shooter right there. All right, get yourself a good shot there, big man. Now's the time. I'm going to come out of the Batcave into the third dimension. I come out when they got lockdowns going. They're shutting down the parks and the bridges and the restaurants. I come out when I'm at January 6th trying to stop people going to the building. I come out when I'm needed at key points, and I'm coming out. Not like I'm reclusive. I just can digitally sit here and reach so many people on 400 plus radio stations, hundreds of TV and cable stations, massive viewers on Rumble, Infowars.com/show, extra long show. But I'm strategically, front line. I'm in a forward bunker up at the front line. But now this is the time to be George Washington and lay it on Providence and get out there. In fact, I'm excited to do it. Now's the time to exercise our freedom. Now's the time to show courage in the face of intimidation. Now's the time to let these bullies know we're all Charlie Kirk now. And I want to put a t-shirt out. It's like a black shirt. Red, white, blue, red, white, and blue shirt that Rob's wearing. I haven't seen that shirt. That's badass. It's the best shirt I've seen. Rob, come in here if you can. Stand for the camera. People can see the shirt. I want one that says, we are all Charlie Kirk now. And I want everybody put it up. Put out your own. I'd be surprised if the Kirk operation hasn't done it yet. Come on in here, Rob Agueros. Rob Agueros is hosting a special 9/11 show this afternoon and tonight. But now it's going to be mainly about Civil War, what's happening. There you go, Rob. I want like we're all Charlie now. We're all Charlie Kirk now, something like that. Rob, I put microphones there also so you guys can always get on the air about this, but when's the podcast you guys are doing? 7 o'clock. On the screens over AJ and Live, and right, and also the Auctions Network on Rumble. Love you, brother. All right, so he's be co-hosting that with I think Chase Geiser, right? All right, great. So I've set the table with this. Dale Comstock, one of the top Delta Force operators ever, is also an expert shooter, and he said, "Where's the sniper counter sniper stuff?" That is insane. And Charlie is a very small detail, and that's how I knew he had been killed. Was someone I know, Quentin, is friends with him, and we're gonna try to get more details of that. But Charlie was the guy in charge, so can't blame the security if they were running with limited people. But somebody smuggled a gun into Mar-a-Lago. Now we're learning. I mean, this is out of control. But let's go out to break before I plow through all this that I've just mentioned. I'll always tell you that I show you. With the question Charlie's getting at, a person gets up, this has all been testifying of the videos of it. They say it was really weird. They get up, they say it's about one topic, and then it's about
holy fuck.
And then people are like, look, there's a guy. And people are, woo, he's dead. Charlie's dead. I mean, you just in the crowd. And then he gets killed right in front of everybody. And you have the trans community posting the day before, he's dead tomorrow. Something big tomorrow. And then they find the rifle and stuff in the woods, and it's just like the shooter 2 weeks ago, exactly 2 weeks yesterday, Minneapolis, going over the guns and over the bullets and kill the children, Satan. I'm waiting in my precious. People are like, it was Israel because he criticized Israel. Look, I'll blame Israel for stuff when they're guilty of it. Plenty. I spent the first hour yesterday talking about Israel, Hamas, all of it. But
I don't even know what that is.
They got trans serial killers everywhere. They got the last, if this is a trans person too, the last 8 shootings. I mean, they got all these magazines saying, triggered because of tranny with a machine gun saying we're coming to get you. And they're saying they're going to have their days of rage and they're going to kill. They don't get access to our children, brainwash them, mutilate them. And then they're like, no, it's Israel with no proof. It's the trans devil cult, people. Go to thealexjonescore.com and experience these products ultimately will change your life. It'll be so empowering for you. And keep buying it so we can stay on the air and expand, which is my plan in the face of all these wellness attacks. So I'm announcing this on Tuesday, September 9th. We're only running this till next Tuesday. It is a giant multi-faceted sale. Ultra methylene blue. The best medical grade quality out there. The rave reviews are insane. Such good energy, such clarity, such focus. No letdown. 50% off. Same thing for the Shilajit, the Irish sea moss, the detox, super empowering system for your cardiovascular system. Ultimate Life Force. Everybody should be taking this. It's the best formula out there. Maybe the 2 top best-selling formulas fused together. You need it. It is amazing. Just get it. Know you're supporting the broadcast so you can't lose, and then you'll be pleasantly invigorated, not surprised, some BS, when you get great benefits. But what you really feel quick and see the fastest is the Ultra Methylene Blue. There's also another big sale going until next Tuesday.
This will probably be my last
So,
one.
yeah, just keep showing it. I mean, these are sick people. We'll show a compilation of them celebrating in a moment. But do you understand? Now let's show this video. Here it is, the shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack and aftermath, and America's response. Do people have a time machine? September 9th, the Utah killing, and they're all there. He's dead. Something big tomorrow. No police on the roof. What the hell is this?
Are you using submachine guns right now?
Now, it gets worse.
Yeah.
Key West just asked, why does Amazon have the shooting of Charlie Kirk by Anastasia J. Casey posted one day before he was murdered?
Basically this one.
Now, this lady noticed, and people ask me, so I'm responding to them.
It's the first one.
Alex Jones, something for you to check out. Given this is right up your alley and you have the resources to do so, Wall Street Apes posted this a little while ago. They're credible folks. We checked it, though. It's true. The New York Times and LA Charlie Kirk being shot before he was. That's how they reported 3 hours before they caught Oswald. It was Oswald in the Asian paper. They reported WD-7 was blown up an hour before it was blown up. Exactly how it was blown up. Wall Street Apes posted this a little bit ago. The New York Times and the LA Times had articles published about Charlie Kirk being shot before he actually was. Screenshots and video posted. And Brock checked it and said it is accurate. Here's the video. Here is the video.
Seeing this all about Charlie Kirk, first of all, I'm devastated. I'm distressed. I hope he's okay. I was just Googling this, and something blew my mind. This just happened, September 10th. If you look on Google right now, 19 hours ago, posted by the New York Times and Los Angeles Times, 19 hours ago, saying Charlie Kirk was shot. 19 hours ago would have been September 9th. Today's the 10th. This doesn't make sense. 19 hours ago. 19 hours ago. Today is the 10th. This doesn't make sense. How could the New York Times and Los Angeles Times report 19 hours ago that he had been shot when this just happened September 10th? Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
Oh no.
Now in a moment we're going to play
Yo, can you come revive me? I can't
play them all, but just some of the celebrations.
I can't die.
And these people are doctors and lawyers and nurses and school teachers. Mainly, it's a bunch of school teachers in Florida, New York, California, Texas. Just like they celebrated when the girls that were white drowned in the floods. White people, black people, celebrating it. And then they don't know, everybody's just posting it, and then they're getting hundreds of calls at their businesses, and they're all getting fired. Again, they're disconnected from reality. This is real violence. It's like the people cheering right up in the front row when this neck blows open and blood sprays, and they're like, yeah! Like their team just scored a touchdown. Because they've never been in a fight, they've never been in any reality. To them, it's all a simulation, like because they're NPCs. And they're having these orgasmic events of celebration over all of this. So these are really evil, weak, pathetic people. But they've got all sorts of evil organizations backing them up. And Podesta wants a civil war to drive Trump and America for power. And then they say they're coming after all of us. They want to do to all of you, normal, decent people, every race, color, and creed that love God and freedom and aren't diseased spiritually like them. They want to kill every one of us. This is a globalist communist attack. When you hear, oh, the left's soft on crime, they're dumb. No. They know defund the police. They know letting violent criminals out. Does this? They admit that's their plan. That's the Bolshevik plan. That's the globalist plan. That's how they did it when they took over in Russia in 1917.
It's fucking retarded, man.
So there's a manhunt for this person. They say they're tracking him and closing in. They brainwash them. They're victims. And you're not accepting. So you need to go out and kill kids and kill society. And when this crazy killed those kids a few weeks ago in Minnesota, people came out in mass and celebrated that as well.
Is
You
it not
Christians,
showing me
you
as
deserve
down?
this. You Catholics, these are sick people.
Okay.
They find out they're
I must not be
grocery
down.
store managers and lawyers. And none of them know about killing. None of them know, but they sure want to go out and promote others doing it. Here's just a short compilation of the celebrations.
So on behalf of everybody else, I got this shit.
Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
For the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, Dale Comstock is a soldier, Delta Force, everything else, but author, security expert. He'll be with us at least 30 minutes the next hour. And I'm going to get some other experts on the broadcast as well. They're up on Capitol Hill finding out some more stuff right now. We're going to go to Dale here in just a minute. I just want listeners to remember something. I didn't even talk about our case being at the Supreme Court, it being all over the news yesterday, because this Russia escalation with the drones looks like a false flag was so big, and then this happened. But even mainstream media goes, wow, Jones was found guilty by judges. Looks like it wasn't fair. Oh, my God. Looks like the Supreme Court's going to take it. Didn't even get to that because we're busy covering the other big issues for everybody else out there. But remember, we need your prayers. We need your support. And we need you to financially go to thealexstore.com because I am, again,